give me a couple seconds here.
Okay.
Go in, and that's it.
Alright, todos have added you, I will add you.
No. No one is familiar.
Okay, so ready now.
Yeah.
I also like my fair share, like not enough to grasp why.
Essay still ready?
Any particular
Okay.
one.
It's
It's like fun for background. I like the theme.
Sorry, there is one player missing from this question here.
Have you heard the like
Okay.
Seinfeld theme song?
Okay,
Gwen Stefani's Hollow Back
we're ready.
Row?
We've checked the buzzers. Great Valley, ready?
Yep.
Okay. Richard Montgomery, ready? Okay. The rules are the same as every previous round. Nothing different is happening.
Oh, do you want to clear in the
Yes, I would prefer to clear.
Seems.
There's something with this microphone.
You don't need it.
No,
flip
just
it towards you.
speak into that one. It's not going to go through the house sound, but it's
Sure.
the one that's.
I have this microphone at home, except it's black. Okay, good. Any questions about anything? No? Good luck. This is round 11. Toss up one. Steve Cole's book on this family documents the mysterious 1988 plane crash in San Antonio that killed its patriarch. This non-royal family handed over 35% control of one company and prioritized building a palace for the Neom project after a crane they owned collapsed and killed hundreds of Malaysian pilgrims. Members of the Hamburg cell, including Muhammad Atta, swore allegiance. That's here.
Bin Salman?
That's not correct. I'll continue. Swore allegiance to a member of this family. This family's patriarch founded a lucrative construction group that restored the Masjid al-Haram. After fleeing the Tora Bora caves, a member of this family spent several years next to a base in Abbottabad before being killed in a 2011 raid by SEAL Team 6. For 10 points, name this family. That included the leader of Al-Qaeda, Osama. That's here.
Bin Laden.
10. Bonus. For Richard Montgomery A. For 10 points each, identify the following about depictions of newspapers and paintings. Part 1. A man reads a newspaper in the center of this artist's New Orleans Cotton Exchange. This artist's paintings of horse races, ballet dancers practicing, and women bathing were highly influential to the Impressionists.
Degas.
That's right. A 1916 still life by this artist features both a lemon and a newspaper. The objects on this artist's cubist still life with checkered tablecloth form the shape of a bull, a symbol of his native country. Answer, please.
Rock.
No, rebound. Time, no answer. Juan Gris. A newspaper ad for Motoblock automobiles can be seen in Bottle Glass and Newspaper, a painting by this co-founder of Cubism with Pablo Picasso.
Rock.
Now is his time. 20. Toss up 2. Truncating a Taylor expansion in powers of this quantity gives Oseen's equations. This quantity is plotted on the x-axis of a Moody diagram, whose y-axis sometimes plots a factor named for Darcy. An analog of this quantity in plasma physics, which quantifies the effects of magnetic diffusion, is its magnetic version. When this quantity is small, a regime named for Stokes applies, and the Again-Poiseuille equation holds. This quantity equals the velocity scale times the length scale over the kinematic viscosity. Or, that's here.
Reynolds number?
That's 10. Bonus. For 10 points each, answer the following about mountain men who explored west of the Mississippi in the early 1800s. Part 1. This mountain man gained fame for his fur trapping expeditions in Arizona, attracting John C. Fremont's attention. As a general, this man forced the Navajo to relocate to Bosque Redondo.
Kit Carson?
That's right. Hugh Glass barely escaped being mauled to death by one of these animals, which were a huge threat to mountain men. This animal appears on the flag of California.
There.
You've got it. Finally, in another legendary mountain man chase, John Coulter escaped this tribe by diving into a river. This tribe allied with the Gros Ventre and Sacre to form a namesake confederacy in Montana and Canada.
Nez Perce? No.
Answer, please.
Nez Perce?
Rebound.
Blackfoot, I think. Blackfoot?
That's right. 2010. Toss up 3. This character develops lifelong stomach troubles after being forced to eat an entire bunch of bananas as a punishment for stealing. This character burns his shop down for insurance money as part of his resolution to paddle his own canoe. After this character gets distracted while watching a calf, his father drowns in a stream. This author of several stories titled Escape interviews many deserving destitutes for the Sentinel newspaper. This man who lives with his wife Shamma at the Hanuman house with the... That's here.
Mr. Biswas?
That's 10. Bonus. Great Valley. For 10 points each, answer some questions about bimetallic strips. The two halves of a bimetallic strip have different coefficients for this phenomenon, producing a measurable curvature. This phenomenon is minimal in the alloy invar.
Melting point?
No, rebound. No, it's thermal expansion, part 2. A bimetallic strip wrapped in a wire can function as this kind of safety device, which trips in response to a strong current. Unlike a fuse, one may visit the box holding these devices and reset them without replacement.
Yeah. Circuit.
Answer, please.
Circuit?
No, rebound.
Breaker, I think. Breaker.
Yes, finally. The halves of the strip may be joined using this technique, which often employs a tungsten electrode and a stream of inert gas. UV light produced by this technique can cause arc eye if proper safety equipment is not used.
Welding?
Yes, 10 for both teams. Toss up 4. In 1960, excavations at Alba Fusens discovered a twice life-size statue of this figure in the epitrapezios, or at-table pose. This figure bends back the neck of an enemy in a Giambologna statue in Florence's Loggia dei Lanzi. A 30-foot bronze statue of this figure stands atop a large pyramid and octagon in a park in Kassel, Germany, and is based on a 9-foot-high marble statue found in the baths of Caracalla. That Farnese sculpture of this figure, one of the most famous ancient sculptures unearthed during the Renaissance, depicts his left arm hanging over a club. A sculpture by Antonio de Pagliulo depicts this. That's here.
Hercules?
Yes, 10. Bonus. Great Valley. Jack Kerouac described this musician whistling them onto the brink of eternity and imparting a feeling of early in the morning while performing. For 10 points each, name this bebop saxophonist and lover of fried chicken who composed the standards Coco and Ornithology.
Parker?
Yes, this New York City jazz club, which was named in Parker's honor, forbids musicians from playing a piece named for it by Weather Report. George Shearing also wrote a jazz standard titled for the lullaby of this club.
Cotton Club? Cotton Club?
Rebound.
Birdland.
Birdland. Finally, Weather Report's piece Birdland was written by this keyboardist and co-founder of the group alongside Wayne Shorter. This musician also led a jazz fusion syndicate named after himself. No, rebound.
Correa.
Joe Zawannel, 10 for both teams. Toss up 5. A 1985 book by Kenneth E. Hagin is titled for How God Taught Me About This Quality. In a parable from Luke, a fool with this quality proclaims, I have no place to store my crops. It is not youth, but a man with this quality asks Jesus about how to acquire eternal life, but goes away sorrowful. That's here.
Rich.
Yes, that'll do. Wealth is the main answer. 10 points. Bonus. Sorry, I fibbed there. It is 20 points.
Nice.
Pardon my lapse there. 20 is correct. Bonus, Richard Montgomery A. In the late 17th century, John Aubrey recorded a magic spell for granting this power that involved burying a man's severed head alongside 7 black beans. For 10 points each. Name this power, which a mythical king uses to usurp the throne of Lydia after finding a bronze horse.
Invisibility.
Answer,
Invisibility.
that's right. Gyges, the aforementioned king of Lydia, discovers one of these objects. In Norse mythology, these objects include the treasure found by Sigurd, Advarinaut, and a gift forged for Odin, Draupnir.
Ring.
Say it again, please.
Ring.
Yes, correct. Finally, during the war against the Titans, a helm of invisibility was created for this Greek god of the underworld.
Hades.
That's all 30. Toss up 6. Jeffrey Keynes made a terrible mistake with this poem's punctuation, according to Allen Ginsberg, who set to music a collection in which it is followed by My Pretty Rose Tree. A phrase from this poem titles a 1947 critical work about its author by Northrop Frye. This poem imagines a time when the stars threw down their spears and watered heaven with their tears. The third of this poem's 6 stanzas considers what dread hand and what... That's here.
The tiger.
That's 10. Bonus. H.L. Mencken called this place a city in Moronia, and Elizabeth Campbell co-authored a book on its understudied black community. For 10 points each, name this city, which titles several books by sociologists Robert and Helen Lind.
I don't know, maybe Vegas.
Answer, please.
Vegas.
No, rebound.
Chicago?
No, it's Middletown. The Linds observed the importance of these things on leisure opportunities available to Middletown residents. Alfred P. Sloan pioneered selling differently branded versions of these things to customers of different social classes.
Cars, maybe? Sure. Cars.
That's it. In 2015, the Center for Middletown Studies released a book based on card catalogs and other records from one of these public institutions in Middletown. Andrew Carnegie financed one of these institutions in Muncie.
Library.
That's 20. Toss up 7. Stricter rules governing this phenomenon are part of Ella's Law, named for a London girl who died due to it in 2013. A law named for regulating this phenomenon is at the center of a 2022 Supreme Court case about rulemaking filed by West Virginia. A book by Gary Fuller notes that 95% of humans live in places that don't meet a 10 microgram WHO standard governing this phenomenon. That's here.
Air quality?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
correct. Air pollution is the main answer. Air quality is acceptable. That's 20 points. Bonus, Richard Montgomery A. In 1946, a historical accident that inspired this play was also the basis for Doro Lapido's play Obawaja, for 10 points each. Name this play. In one scene in this play, Olunde pushes back on Jane Pilking's notion that ritual suicide is barbaric by highlighting the violence of World War II.
I think it's Death and the King's Horseman.
Yes, part 2. The chorus in Death and the King's Horseman was partially inspired by Wole Soyinka's translation of this author's play, The Bacchae. This ancient Greek tragedian also wrote Medea.
Euripides.
Yes, finally, in Death and the King's Horseman, a group of unnamed women in this location mercilessly taunt a Musa for abandoning Yoruba traditions. Ayaloja is described as the mother of this place in the play.
Tower. Church.
Maybe.
Answer, please.
Church.
So, no, rebound.
Heaven?
No, sorry, it's the market. That's 20 on the bonus. Toss up 8.
Good job.
The Marquis of Squillance, an advisor to a king of this dynasty, sparked a revolt when he banned the wearing of slouch hats. By 1749, a monarch of this dynasty established an intendant for every province in the kingdom. In 1714, this dynasty ceded control of the slave trade to Great Britain. A series of reforms named for this dynasty established new viceroyalties and reduced the power of the Council of the Indies. After the War of the Polish Succession, this dynasty gained control over Naples. That is here.
Valois?
That's not correct. I'll continue. Gained control over Naples. In 1767, Charles III of this dynasty expelled the Jesuits. This dynasty secured Philip V's control of one country through the Peace of Utrecht. For 10 points, name this dynasty that ruled both Spain and France following the War of the Spanish Succession. That's here.
Bourbon?
Yes, 10. Bonus. Answer some questions about things that are called conjugates in chemistry for 10 points each. Name this class of proteins which are conjugated to fluorescent tags or horseradish peroxidase in a secondary form of Western blotting. They are conjugated to drugs in a class of potential anti-cancer treatments. No, rebound.
Antibodies?
Yes, part 2. An acid and its conjugate base are used in one of these solutions that keeps a system at a specific pH.
Buffer.
Yes, finally. The wavelength absorbed by a particular conjugated chromophore can be estimated by treating it as one of these quantum systems with length equal to that portion of the molecule. Answer, please.
SHM.
No, rebound.
I was thinking harmonic oscillator.
No, sorry, this is a particle in a box, so that's 10 for each team. Toss up 9.
I'm sorry.
Experimental contact lenses for measuring this biological quantity rely on reactions with boronic acid probes. One method measures this quantity using the current produced by a reaction that forms a delta lactone and hydrogen peroxide. CGMS devices monitor this quantity, which is lowered postprandially by incretins. This quantity's 3-month average is approximated by the hemoglobin A1C. That's here.
Blood sugar?
Yes, that's 10, your bonus. Great Valley. Portuguese explorer Diogo Sau erected a stone pillar at the mouth of this river. For 10 points each. Name this river. Senegalese marine Malamine Camara assisted French explorer Pierre de Brazza in his travels along this river, going up to the Malebo Pool.
Congo?
Yes, part 2. From trade with the Congolese, the Portuguese acquired ivory olifants. The Portuguese also commissioned the Sapi of this modern-day country to create ivory salt cellars, one of which is displayed by the Met.
Angola?
No, rebound.
No idea. Mozambique.
It's Sierra Leone. Finally, Queen Njinga allied with this other European, colonial power to kick the Portuguese out of Angola. The majority of Boers were from this modern-day country, whose language was adapted into Afrikaans.
Netherlands?
Yes, that'll do. 20 on the bonus. Next is toss-up 10, the last of the half. In Contingency, Irony, and Solidarity, Richard Rorty sets up a dichotomy between ironists and practitioners of this discipline. A paper about this discipline characterizes sentences like Heidegger's "the nothing nothings" as pseudo-statements. Heidegger himself claimed the fundamental question of this discipline is, why is there anything at all? Logical positivists like Rudolf Carnap believed logical analysis of language would lead to the elimination of this philosophical discipline. That's here.
Metaphysics?
That's correct. You get 10. Last bonus of the half, Richard Montgomery A. Answer the following about depictions of aunts in British literature for 10 points each. Tony remarks that aunts of all kind are damned bad things. After Neville fears her mother will send her to her Aunt Pedigree in this comedy by Oliver Goldsmith. Answer, please.
The Vicar of Wakefield.
No, rebound.
She stoops to Congo.
That's it. Part 2. This character's Aunt Agatha, in contrast to his more lenient Aunt Dahlia, is constantly scheming to get this character to marry a respectable woman, such as in the story Aunt Agatha Takes the Count. Answer, please.
No answer.
Rebound.
Wooster?
Yes, finally. In Aunts Aren't Gentlemen, Bertie Wooster compares himself to this character after Jeeves solves the mystery of a stolen cat. This physician narrates The Sign of 4 and other Sherlock Holmes stories. Yes, 10, 20 on the rebounds. This is halftime.
Our halftime score is 110 points for Great Valley, 240 points for Richard Montgomery A.
I have
You have 230? Okay. What do you
I
have?
might have missed a power. Or something.
What do you have after toss of 5?
6.
130. Oh, they powered
For-
6?
They power toss of 5 and they power toss of 7.
Oh, 7? Yeah, that's my miss.
Toss.
Yeah, sure.
We have 240, 110.
I agree.
Toss up 5 was a power, and so was toss up 7. I agree
Yes,
with both
those
of
are
those.
the two that I have.
I confirm both of those. Okay, we can take a minute for half.
Alright, stream with you okay?
Yeah, I was gonna
Are you
see
recording?
the audio. I also have the recording.
Yeah, thanks for. I know this is hectic, so thank you all for bearing with it.
It's like living.
And also thank you, Mike, for letting us use Bentley for letting us use the camera.
It's like living
There's so
in
many
a,
mics.
it's true.
I both erased.
It's like living in a Jeeves and Wooster story, but in real life.
Like surrounded by microphones and mics.
Yeah.
There's only one.
I remember when Babelfish first came out from Alta
For many
Vista.
years now.
10-second
Yeah,
warning, teams.
2-ish?
There was a command line API where you could like type stuff and have it translated. So I was trying to show off to my then girlfriend in like 1998 that like, oh, this computer can translate stuff. I'll have it say my name is Mike in Spanish. It instructed me to say,
Wait.
mi llamo es micrófono.
Well, no, actually,
Yeah, there's some
everything
issues
is
happening with the score sheet right now.
Now, last recorded wait, what is happening?
Yeah,
Now
it's
it should
sort
be
of
good.
a widespread thing. It'll take a couple minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
So after the sound, I'll switch some things up in OBS. We'll worry about that later.
Hold on. So we need to wait while
we
the
need to
score
wait
sheets.
till
Okay, we have a technical issue with the score sheets. We're gonna have to wait a short amount
If
of
you
time.
want, I can set up the score thing in OBS so we can link it to text files. That'll make it easy.
It's not useful.
Like so long as I have the
Yeah, no, I could
score
hear
sheet
it.
I didn't hear you, Coach.
I'm not here. I could feel it. Yeah.
it's not a problem.
It's like you
Yeah, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this is just an extension of the halftime. That's fine. So if coaches want to talk to teams, if you guys want to step up, that's fine. Sorry for the delay. I obviously
Let's
wasn't
get our
expecting
coach
that.
talk to our team,
I'll
guys.
toy with the streaming setup
Why
between
don't-
now.
That's
doesn't our coach
fine.
talk
But
to
we
our
need to.
team?
We need to finish this round.
No, I understand.
Okay.
But
Don't tell me
Oh,
about that.
come on, but not- I don't know. He's probably asleep. It's what? It's like 10 a.m.
I'm not gonna worry about it then.
Alright.
Let's just go out. Let's do some good things.
Well, it's not.
Let's be good.
Do we know what's wrong?
Well, it's not up to date right now because
The score sheet is broken.
Score sheet
Do we-
is being broken.
Right. I
Do we
would
know
still
what-
like to change it over for the afternoon. We'll get there.
Do we know what's wrong with the score sheet?
Something on the master end.
Okay. Do we know when it might be fixed?
Harry said 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Okay. Thank you. This never happened to a piece of paper. I just want it noted.
Okay, it looks like it's approximating. We were at 240, 110. Was that?
That was correct.
Okay.
Oh my god, that's the worst text to wake up to. My dad is giving me Raj Kapoor film recommendations
No,
from a conversation we had 2 weeks ago.
I cannot relate.
Yeah,
But
sorry.
I understand.
He's an actual moron, though. It's okay. I'll be fine.
This looks like it's working for us. Do we think it's ready?
Yeah, I think we're ready.
All right,
Okay.
the team's running.
Teams, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to complete what you're doing, and then we'll start. The score sheet has been fixed.
That's good. That's good.
All right, we're breathing. Staying hydrated.
It's gonna be so much fun.
Well, that
love
was
this
quick.
ball.
With that kind of speed, you guys should play quizbowl. Okay. Thank you for bearing with us through that technical delay. Richard Montgomery, are you ready to continue?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. Great Valley, ready?
Yep.
Great. Very well played first half, teams. We're going to start the second half with toss-up 11.
Wait, are we
Good luck. I say you ready? Okay, Mike, you ready?
Yep.
Good. Here we go. This novel's author contributed to a 1984 text adventure sequel where players can dial up a super intelligent computer. In a lecture, one character in this novel declares, "Stand against the small tide of those who want to make everyone unhappy," with conflicting theory and thought. A woman in this novel insists on watching The White Clown on her large parlor wall television. That's here.
Fahrenheit 451.
That's 10 points bonus. Richard Montgomery, A. Eric Dean Wilson argues that this technology was used to enforce spatial segregation since it was less effective in the balconies of segregated movie theaters. For 10 points each, name this technology that made it considerably more pleasant to live in the southern U.S.
AC.
That'll do. Part 2. Prior to air conditioning, a way to cool off in New York was to visit Central Park, which was designed by this man, a one-time partner of Calvert Vose.
Oh my God. Olmsted.
Yes, that's right. Finally, another way to cool off in the 19th century was with an iced beverage, perhaps supplied by Ice King Frederick Tudor. Tudor built a massive ice house in this southern city, where Casimir Pulaski was killed during a 1779 siege.
Savannah.
That's all 30. Toss up 12.
Yeah.
During this man's presidency, 24 stockbrokers met under a tree in Manhattan to sign the Buttonwood Agreement. After leaving North Carolina, preacher Herman Husband fomented anger against a tax passed by this president. A 2-year-long economic panic during this man's presidency was caused by land speculation bubble driven by Robert Morris. During this man's presidency, a dinner table bargain led to the passage of the Funding Act, which allowed the federal government to assume state debts. This president tasked Light Horse Harry Lee and the Watermelon Army. That's here.
Washington.
That's 10 points, your bonus.
Yeah.
Krishna washed the feet of Sudama using a bowl made of this substance. For 10 points each, name this substance called Hiranya in the Vedas, which is often bought on the festival of Akshaya Tritiya. A seat of power called Akal Takht was located in a Gurdwara in Amritsar, is located in a Gurdwara in Amritsar, and is named for this substance.
Gold.
Yes. Like Akshaya Tritiya, the first day of this festival is an auspicious day to buy gold. This festival of lights is celebrated in many South Asian religions.
Diwali.
Yes, finally, the Treta, the second of these ages, began on Akshaya Tritiya. In Hindu cosmology, these 4 progressively worse ages repeat in a cycle that lasts over 4 million years.
It's like, is that like a Kali Yuga? So it's like a Yuga, maybe?
Answer, please.
Yuga?
That's all 30. Toss up 13. This text was called A Dangerous Book by Gilbert Murray, who, with Jane Harrison, drew on this book to develop the theories of the Cambridge School. This text's theories are applied to tarot suits, among other objects, in a book by Jesse Weston. This book centrally analyzes a ritual combat in which a runaway slave sought to kill a former slave and take his place. This text posits the law of similarity and the law of contagion, which governs sympathetic magic. This text hyperbolically, here,
The Golden Bough.
that's 10, bonus. A concordance is a type of reference text that lists the page numbers and a brief quote for every instance of a word in a book. For 10 points each, Charles Grosvenor Osgood compiled the concordance of the poetry of this author, letting you find all the uses of the word yclept in his The Fairy Queen.
Spencer.
Yep. The first concordances were developed for the Bible by the Dominicans. An early online corpus collecting the writings of this Dominican friar include his thoughts on the double effect.
Sure. Aquinas.
Yes, finally, this company has trademarked the term concordance for its electronic discovery tool. This company claims to offer the largest digital database of legal records in the world.
That's PLC.
Answer, please.
JSTOR.
No, rebound.
Go.
Time, no answer. LexisNexis, 20 on the bonus. Time out. Great Valley.
And quick score check. At the moment, I have 110 for Great Valley, 350 for Richard Montgomery.
Yeah, I have that too.
Alright, let's stand. I love standing. Oh my god. Big fan.
Also, please watch your feet. Gus, just letting you know in the future, could you please watch out for that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, what is the fourth laptop for?
10-second warning, teams.
Just a
Okay.
Okay, that's the full 30 seconds for timeout. Would you please be seated?
I get it was based on Hamilton lyrics here, and I didn't, even though there was Hamilton.
Bless you.
They're close. It's
Just
fine.
history point of.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great Valley, you ready to continue?
Yeah.
Good.
That would've been-
Richard Montgomery, are you ready? Good. Okay, we're resuming with toss of 14. The metastable cementite is converted to austenite and this material at high temperature, which can then form ductility-enhancing nodules. Potassium reacts with this material to form a bronze-colored reducing agent via intercalation. This material's microstructure is possessed by gray iron. Hubert McPherson helped to pioneer techniques to produce this material, which is formed with silicon carbide in Atchison process. This material's large cross-section allowed it to serve as a neutron moderator for the that's here.
Graphite?
That's 10, bonus. Great Valley. Nina Simonovich Elfimova helped to the popularization of this type of theater in the Soviet Union, which authorities encouraged to become more humanistic. For 10 points each, name this type of theater. Punch and Judy shows exemplify this type of theater, in which characters are manipulated behind a screen by the performer's hands.
Puppet.
Yes, part 2. French puppet theater, which includes characters like Guignol, derives heavily from this traditional Italian theatrical genre, whose stock characters include Arlecchino and Pantalone.
Commedia dell'arte.
That's right, finally. Among the most prominent modern puppet plays is the 1895 drama Interior, a play by this Belgian author of The Blue Bird and Pelleas and Melisande.
Maeterlinck.
That's all 30. Toss up. 15. The Otago Museum in Dunedin houses a restored one of these objects called Te Paranihi. Head versions of these objects built by the Haida had their crests removed prior to battle. A single totara was often used to make a waka, the Maori name for these objects. That's here.
Headdress?
That's not correct. I'll continue. Hawaiian King Kamehameha the Great commanded over 100 of these objects and added European swivel guns to some of them. The Algonquins made a type of these objects called a rabasca from bark. That's here.
Canoe.
That's 10. Bonus.
I guess.
The natural type of this process can spontaneously give rise to hexagonal Bernard cells for 10 points each. Name this process by which fluid movement causes heat transfer, contrasted with radiation and conduction.
Oh, wait, no. Convection. Convection?
Yes. Baynard cells arise in a type of convection named for Baynard and this British scientist, whose namesake number determines the onset of convection. With Taylor, this scientist names an instability that arises when a high-density fluid lies above a lower-density fluid.
Is it just Rayleigh? I don't think so. Struhall?
No, rebound?
Renard.
No, sorry, this is Rayleigh. Finally. Baynard also studied this eponymous convective effect in which mass transfer results from a gradient in surface tension, sometimes creating so-called tears of wine. Answer, please.
Distillation?
No, rebound?
No answer.
It's the Marangoni effect, 10 on the bonus. Toss up, 16. A sufficient but not necessary condition for objects to be used in this process is the 3 rules of the Conway criterion. If the actions of a symmetry group are transitive for a given object, then both that object and its snub can be used in this process. Showing that objects named for how long can be used for this process is equivalent to the halting problem. The result of this process in n dimensions is an n honeycomb. Roger Penrose names a family of, that's here.
Tessellation?
Yes, that's acceptable, 10 points. Tiling the plane, the main answer. Your bonus, Great Valley.
Okay, let's go.
This country's Farce News claims that at least 300 cities are threatened by water shortages. For 10 points each, name this country, whose Lake Urmia has shrunk by 90%. The city of Isfahan in this country is particularly low on water.
Iran. It's just
Iran?
Yes, Iran's ruling clerics have baselessly accused this country of stealing Iran's rain clouds. An early attraction of this country's city of Tel Aviv was its
probably,
running
yeah,
water
Israel?
system. Yes, the Iranian government launched a campaign to reduce farm water usage with this technology. This tech slowly emits water directly onto roots and was advanced by Israel's Simcha Blas.
Drip irrigation.
Say it again.
Irrigation.
Yes, that's correct, all 30. Toss-up 17. A composer from this country developed a microtonal system called the 13th sound. The second symphony of a composer from this country is scored for indigenous instruments like a rattle made of butterfly cocoons and a string of deer hooves. Folk instruments from this country include a wooden stage that doubles as a percussion instrument, the tarima, as well as the 8-string harana. After visiting, that is here.
Finland?
That's not correct. I'll continue. After visiting this country and meeting the composer of Symphonia India, Aaron Copland quoted its folk songs in a piece named for one of its nightclubs. An ensemble from this country typically consists of 2 trumpets, 3 violins, a guitar, a vihuela, and a guitarrón. For 10 points, name this country where the genre of mariachi developed in the state of Jalisco. Here.
Mexico.
10. Bonus. Richard Montgomery. The second movement of this concerto quotes the French song Ils font s'amuser, danser et rire for 10 points each. Name this concerto, which begins with an F, D flat, C, B flat motif played by the French horns. The exposition of this concerto's first movement was based on a folk melody from a blind Ukrainian beggar.
Oh, it's a Rachmaninoff.
Answer, please.
Rachmaninoff's third piano.
No, sorry. Rebound?
Rachmaninoff's first piano.
Sorry, no, it's Tchaikovsky's first piano concerto. Tchaikovsky's Piano Concerto No. 1 has one of these virtuosic passages for the soloist immediately after the introduction. They are usually designed for soloists to show off their skills.
Cadenza.
Yeah. The 6/8 Andantino Semplice second movement of the concerto begins with a lyrical solo for this high woodwind instrument, which sounds an octave below the piccolo.
Flute.
Yes, 20. Toss up, 18. In How Asia Works, Joe Studwell argues that discipline named for this activity drove South Korea's economic miracle. This activity is the first word in the name of a U.S. government bank whose credits funded the Pan American Highway. The GATT allows lawsuits when an economic actor heavily cuts prices while engaging in this activity, which is known as dumping. The net amount of this activity is combined with investment, that is here.
Sales?
I can prompt the answer sales.
Selling stocks?
No, that's not correct. I'll continue. The net amount of this activity is combined with investment, government spending, and domestic consumption to calculate a country's GDP. Portugal should support wine growers engaging in this activity according to Ricardo's theory of comparative advantage. For 10 points, a trade deficit results when the amount of what activity is lower than imports. That's here.
Export?
That's 10, your bonus. 2010 was a bad year for archaeological sites in Italy, for 10 points each. Heavy rains in that year contributed to the collapse of a house in Pompeii belonging to Actius Ancetus, a man of this profession. Actorati would volunteer for this job, unlike Damnati or Gregarii.
Gladiators?
Yes, the same rains caused a partial collapse of the ceiling of this structure, where gladiators would do battle in Rome.
Colosseum?
Yes, finally. Also damaged was this mostly buried building complex on the Esquiline Hill, which was built over in ancient times with the Baths of Trajan. This residence was built following a disaster in 64 CE.
Domus Aurea?
Yes, Domus Aurea is correct. That's all 30. Golden House of Nero is the main answer. It's the same thing. Toss up 19. To create a mural titled for this activity, a 60-year-old artist pinned colored paper onto canvas, but had to redo the work because he got the measurements of the main gallery of the Barnes Foundation wrong. Figures possibly representing the 4 seasons engage in this activity beneath Apollo's chariot in one paint. That is here.
Dance.
Yes, that's 20. Bonus, Richard Montgomery. The giant siphonophore can grow up to 50 meters long, making it one of the longest known animals for 10 points each. The giant siphonophore is a deep-sea member of this invertebrate phylum, which also includes corals and jellyfish.
Yes. Defer?
Cnidaria is correct. The giant siphonophore is a colony of specialized individuals called zooids, much like this related cnidarian, that floats on the sea surface and has deadly stinging tentacles. It's named after a type of ship.
Galleon? Oh, man
Answer.
of war.
Man o' war is correct, finally. Like the Portuguese man o' war and many other species of jellyfish, the giant siphonophore captures prey using these stinging organelles that eject microscopic darts.
Defer?
No, rebound.
Nematocyst?
Nematocyst is correct. 20, 10 on the rebound. Toss up 20, the last of the game. The first TV play broadcast by the BBC was one by this author, in which a man waiting for a train talks to a man dying of epithelioma. In a play by this author, the protagonist's daughter dresses exactly the same as in a portrait prior to an altercation in which he stabs Tito. In another play by this author, a man complains that he has lost a whole day. That's here.
Pirandello?
Yes, Luigi Pirandello, 20 points. Bonus. Great value last of the game. A 2009 book by Mark McGurl titled The Program Era examines the rise of MFA programs on this discipline in post-war America. Interpretation named This Discipline. A notable workshop that helps people in this discipline hone their craft was founded by Wilbur Schramm in Iowa.
Is public speaking like Toastmasters? Public speaking?
No, Rebound?
Writing.
Yes, part 2. This author, whose most recent novel centers on a talking racehorse named Perestroika, attended the Iowa Writers' Workshop. She won a National Book Critics' Choice Award for her King Lear-inspired novel, 1,000 Acres. Answer, please.
Nottage?
No, Rebound.
Mental.
It's Jane Smiley, finally. Anthony Hecht, who dropped out of the program, wrote a parody of this Matthew Arnold poem that ends by invoking a place where ignorant armies clash by
Dover
night.
Beach.
Yes, Dover Beach is good for 10, and 10 on the first part on the rebound. That is the end of the game.
Right, we have a final score of 290 points for Great Valley, 430 points for Richard Montgomery. Well played, teams.
Go with this one. Great game,
Yeah.
James. Good job.
Super okay.
Alright guys, last time I was in this room, I felt weird. This time it's gonna be
IMCF.
IMC is like a Wall Street firm or something, or a Boston firm or something like that that does finance and they get up.
Sure. I mean, it looks like we should be good, but feel free to keep.
What? Okay.
Oh, if you can clear, that'd be great.
For me to clear or for me?
They always ask what's the capital of Chile. How is the capital of Chile?
Doesn't matter to me.
Chili.
Chile, guys.
They always ask what is the fourth planet of the sun.
Okay.
How is do that though?
Let's see. So we are on round 12 of the PACE NSC 2022. My name is Mike Bentley. I'll be your moderator this match. I'm also the head editor for the set this year. Let's see. In this room, we have Lambert on the left and Barrington on the right. And I think we are ready to go in terms of the stream and everything else. Are teams ready?
No.
Okay. Just move this microphone a little closer to me. And here we go with toss of one. Arne Magnusson and Paul Videlan were dispatched by the King of Denmark to carry out a pioneering one of these operations in Iceland in 1703. For political reasons, the last of these operations in Lebanon was conducted in 1932. One of these operations that concluded in 1888 was made 16 times more efficient thanks to an invention of Herman Hollerith, the founder of IBM. The Roman official in charge of this operation was also tasked with protecting public...
Like census?
Yes, that's power.
Go us.
Bonus. The author of this collection wrote his own praiseworthy review of it for the United States Review, calling himself an American bard whose voice brought hope and prophecy to the generous races of young and old. For 10 points each, newest poetry collection, which contains a poem that describes how the armies of those I love engirth me and I engirth them.
Leaves of Grass.
Yes, was written by this man, who may have been fired by the Bureau of Indian Affairs after it was discovered that he was the author of that collection.
Whitman.
This is the name given to the final edition of Leaves of Grass, completed by the author in his Camden home in 1891.
It's called Drum Taps, right? Drum Taps?
Over here.
Deathbed.
It is correct for Deathbed, so 20 and 10 on the bonus. Toss up 2. Astronomer Nicholas Kratzer helped this artist paint the zodiac for his panorama of the siege of Theroan. Portraits by this artist of two political enemies face each other at the Frick collection. This artist may have used a corpse fished out of the Rhine to model a painting that Fyodor Dostoevsky claimed one could lose one's faith from. A book on arithmetic.
Holbein.
That's power.
Jeez, nice.
Bonus. Answer the following about developments in printing outside of Europe for 10 points each. B. Shang invented the first movable type printing by imprinting characters into blocks of this material. This material is baked to make pottery.
So, clay.
Yes, before Gutenberg, this kingdom's inventor, Cho Yun-wee, came up with the idea of using a corkscrew shaft in a printing press. This dynasty unified Korea around 918 and ruled until its overthrow in 1392.
918, 1392, so Goryeo, maybe? Yeah, Goryeo.
Yes, 2 edicts banning printing in the Ottoman Empire were issued by Bayezid II and an emperor with this name. That emperor with this name conquered Egypt and was known as the Grim.
Salim. Yeah.
30 points. Toss up 3. This country's town of Tingur has grown as tourists flock to nearby Tadra Gorge. A replica coliseum used to film Gladiator is in the world's largest film studio in this country. A medieval city in this country, entered through the Blue Gate, is home to Al-Kalawilin, the world's oldest university. Caravans once passed...
Morocco.
That's power.
That's, wait, that's, oh, sorry. No, never mind. I'm wrong.
Bonus. A Times investigation found that a medical examiner had ruled that a black man named Lamont Perry died due to complications relating to this condition and not a brain hemorrhage. For 10 points each. Name this condition, widely used as a cover for police brutality. Vertex Pharmaceuticals' CTX-001 gene therapy seeks to treat beta thalassemia and a disease linked to this condition.
What? No. I don't know. Like.
Answer.
You can't breathe. Asthma.
Over here.
Overdose.
This is sickle cell trait.
Oh.
Lawyers for Derek Chauvin tried to argue that sickle cell trait was responsible for the death of this man in Minneapolis in 2020.
Floyd.
Yes. This medical condition has also been dubiously used by coroners. A 2020 study found that a demarcation of 120 millimeters of mercury for diagnosing this condition was too high.
Something pressure. High blood pressure. Maybe hyper.
Answer.
Hypertension.
Yes, 20 points. Toss-up 4. Unlike this family's PACMAD clad, its BOP clad exclusively undergoes C3 photosynthesis. Coprolite contained phytoliths of this plant family suggests its members began proliferating in the late Cretaceous.
Ferns.
No. In the late Cretaceous period. These plants dominate an ecosystem that the Pleistocene Park projects to revive by reintroducing large herbivores. Graminivores primarily feed on this family of plants, whose low growth point allows them to recover from regular grazing. These plants dominate ecosystems that experience frequent fires and constant trampling, which prevent establishment of a forest. These plants include cereal grains such as wheat and barley. For 10 points, name these plants that dominate prairies and meadows.
Grass.
It is grass for 10 points. Bonus, for 10 points each, identify the following about the evolution of concert etiquette. Superfans of Yekaterina Sankaskaya threw a dead cat on stage to show disapproval for Erlina Andreynova after Andreynova started performing at this ballet company, which alongside the Mariinsky and Kirov companies is considered the most prestigious in Russia.
Bolshoi?
That's right. This Austrian conductor helped shape modern concert etiquette by banning both late arrivers and claques from performances. He also composed the Tragic Symphony and Symphony of 1000.
Mahler?
Another father of modern concert etiquette was Arturo Toscanini, who helped shape American middlebrow tastes with this orchestra, later called the Symphony of the Air.
No.
Answer?
Boston Pops.
Over here.
NBC Symphony Orchestra.
That's right. 20 and 10 on the steel. Toss-up 5. In this novel's final chapter, the narrator declares that future generations will be superfluous even to ourselves. This novel was popularized by Lewis Milestone's 1930 film adaptation, which ends with the protagonist reaching toward a butterfly. While attempting to...
All Quiet on the Western Front.
Power. Bonus. You are an engineer designing a bridge. For 10 points each, you decide to build this kind of bridge, which uses a cable across its span to support the deck.
Yeah, suspension bridge.
You calculate these two forces which are balanced in such a bridge. One of these forces is experienced by the towers and is equal in magnitude to the other, which is felt by the attached cables.
Tension and normal force?
Answer?
Tension and gravity?
Over here.
It's just stress and strain, right? Stress and strain.
Compression and tension. After finding the maximum tension, you multiply by this factor to obtain the value you will design around. Using this factor ensures that the bridge will be capable of withstanding several times more force than is required, reducing the risk of accidents.
I don't know. This factor.
Answer?
5.
Over here.
Just say it.
Young's modules.
It's called the safety factor, 10 points.
Okay, that makes sense. Sorry.
Toss up 6. In the Argonautica, Medea picks an herb that grew from this figure's blood to create an ointment that makes Jason invulnerable. Apollodorus claims that after Chiron died, this figure received the centaur's immortality. In a play, this figure delivers a catalog of the arts and converses with a chorus of Oceanids. Hesiod claims that this figure stored an important substance in a giant fennel stalk. This god once instructed humans...
Prometheus.
That's correct for 10.
That's 5.
Bonus. John Mueller wrote a book about the stupidity of these events, which he argues have been less frequent since the mid-20th century. For 10 points each, name these events. Crimes named for these events violate the Geneva Conventions.
So wars.
Another key text of the War Obsolescence School is this psycholinguist, The Better Angels of Our Nature. He also wrote The Blank Slate.
Pinker.
Although wars and coups have decreased since the Cold War, this phenomenon of states gradually becoming more authoritarian has increased. Yasha Monk used Rodrigo Duterte's Philippines to illustrate how populism caused this phenomenon.
What is this called? No.
Answer?
Shift to dictatorship?
Over here.
The beginning of history. The beginning of history.
It's called Democratic Backsliding, so 20 points is on the bonus.
Oh, wait, backsliding, yeah.
Toss-up 7. Earl Miner's book on this author's school is titled for one of their collections that breaks from royal anthology tradition. In one book, this author states that all that remains of soldiers' dreams is summer grass after passing a destroyed castle on the heights. The phrase, "the months and days are the travelers of eternity," opens one collection by this author of the monkey straw raincoat. Power.
Good!
Bonus. For 10 points each, answer the following about printing parliamentary proceedings. This monarch who signed the Treaty of Dover renewed a parliament printing ban following his restoration to the English throne in 1660.
Yeah. Charles II.
Yes, this man made a tidy profit on reporting on speeches in Parliament. This Tory wrote the letter to Chesterfield while preparing a prescriptivist reference text in 1755.
What?
Who wrote the Constitution?
Walpole.
Sure.
Walpole.
Walpole.
Over here?
Johnson?
Yes. The right to print the proceedings of Parliament were secured after this MP intervened on behalf of the publisher of the Middlesex Journal. His own newspaper, the North Briton, published the scandalous issue 45 in 1763.
Do you know newspaper people?
Answer?
Walpole.
Over here?
North.
This is John Wilkes, so 10 and 10 on the bonus. Toss of 8. The presence of this phenomenon may cause the TTL to reach 0, indicating a hop limit error. Measuring this phenomenon in an error-free system is the primary use case of ICMP packets. Using UDP instead of TCP is common in applications where reducing this phenomenon is a higher priority than reliability provided by handshakes. This phenomenon can be produced when packets are sent to geographically distant routers.
Awakens.
That's right, 10 points.
Oh, shoot.
Bonus. For 10 points each, answer the following about the blind people that Jesus healed. In Mark 10, the blind beggar Bartimaeus repeatedly calls out to Jesus, saying, "Son of this man, have mercy on me." That messianic title calls back to 2 Samuel 7, when God makes a promise with this king of Israel, who became famous for slaying Goliath. In John 9, Jesus heals another man by applying a mixture of these two substances on his eyes. Name both
It's
substances.
like something in moly. I should know this.
Water.
Answer?
Basil and moly.
Over here.
Milk and honey.
It's dirt and spit. In Matthew 9, Jesus heals two blind men from this general region. Jesus also hailed from this region as he grew up in the city of Nazareth. He also walked on the waters of a lake named for this region.
Sea of Galilee, right? Galilee.
That's right, so 20 points.
Nice. Go.
Toss up 9. Charcoal pencils and numerous erasers are used to create works in this medium, such as What Will Come by South African artist William Kentridge. Registration marks were used to minimize jittering, and a pioneering work in this medium by Winsor McKay told for a character named Gertie. Ollie Johnston was one of the 9 old men who mastered the technique of squash and stretch in this medium. A top 50 list compiled by Jerry Beck recognized auteurs in this medium such as Tex Avery and Chuck Jones. In 1914, Earl Hurd patented a system that used transparent cells to make producing works in this medium easier by reducing the amount of drawing needed per frame.
It's like animation.
That's right for 10. Bonus. In the 18th century, books such as Secretaire de Dames contained model examples of these documents that could be used for different social occasions. For 10 points each, name these documents that make up epistolary novels.
Letters.
Yes. This author, who collected 272 model letters in his book Letters Written to and for Particular Friends, found greater fame with his epistolary novel Pamela, or Virtue Rewarded.
So Richardson. Richardson.
This author wrote 2 best-selling books on the art of letter writing. Other didactic works by this writer include The Education of a Christian Prince, intended as an instruction manual for a young Charles V.
Education of Charles V. When was he?
That's 17.
Answer?
17 something.
Fielding.
Over here?
Erasmus.
That's right. 20 and 10. Toss up 10. This concept is likened to a chain novel with each chapter written by a different person and a book promoting interpretivism. An analogy of a gunman robbing a bank was used to criticize John Austin's command theory of this concept. A character named Hercules is used to explain the idea of this concept as integrity in a book by Ronald Dworkin about its empire. This concept has no necessary connection with morality, according to the positivist philosophy of H.L.A. Hart, who wrote a book titled The Concept of It. Thomas Aquinas thought that only the natural kind of this concept was...
War.
No. Of this concept was valid. Jurisprudence is the philosophical study of this concept. For 10 points, name this body of rules interpreted by judges and enforced by police.
Law.
That is correct for law.
So sorry.
And bonus, when 3 of these things are present, the star mesh transform reduces to the Y delta transform. For 10 points each, name these things. An equivalent one of these devices results when carrying out simplifications with either Norton's theorem or Thevenin's theorem.
It's like a circuit, right?
Yeah, circuit.
Prompt by asking what part of the circuit.
What? Like maybe inductor. I don't know.
That's time. Over here.
Resistor.
Yes. Y delta transforms, Norton's theorem, and Thevenin's theorem can all be used to simplify these systems in which current flows around a loop through things like batteries and wires.
Circuit.
Now it's circuits. An easy case of circuit simplification is that a simple circuit with a cell connected solely to 2 resistors in parallel, both of resistance R, will have this equivalent resistance measured across the whole circuit.
So it's two parallel resistors, right?
Yeah.
I think it's R/2. I might be.
Answer?
R over 2?
Yes. Yes.
Nice.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
20 and 10 on this steal, and that is a half.
It's landed 210. Barrington A 100.
You're in this. That's pretty gaming.
Yeah. Seems like
Okay.
a pleasure. Remember what we did against
I mean, I can't ask for anything more. It's so good.
Alright, sorry, so my initial panic on toss-up 3 was that I thought, not only names were not there, I thought that Kelsey Cousins was Charles. But, like, it was the reflection of the...
Yeah, these buzzers are particularly hard to see from this angle.
It is much
okay.
easier there, you're right. So I trusted you, I wanted to make sure that I told that.
I think the way those are so that they can see that way, which is as it should be.
That's good.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure I don't do that again. But it was just very difficult to see because...
Yeah, I thought.
I mean, they also have
They have 190.
Yeah.
Oh, we,
Okay.
That was
I see something wrong.
Oh yeah. If you guys didn't take a look at that while I'm reading, I'll just assume that the correct thing is happening. So if you can take a
What
look.
was Barrington's point total, please?
what do you mean?
Oh, just the
Oh, no, he has 180.
person who buzzed in is actually the one speaking.
Yes, good. And would you like us to have, like,
Thank you.
packet open for reference while you're reading things?
I don't care. It's,
One was behind Dyke.
Thank you for helping us with the grass toss-up, Roxanne.
Yeah.
You're telling me the team without the helmet is biking.
Oh no, she educated us ahead of time.
I understand.
Grass
I'm not
toss-up.
accusing you of
okay. Are we all ready?
Let's go, big boy, let's go. Yes.
All right.
ready.
So we are moving into toss-up 11. Toss-up. Late in life, one leader of this organization controversially gave a speech at a July 4th celebration held by the Independent Order of Pole Bearers. Governor Parson Brownlow gave the order to kill any member of this organization on sight. A Wikipedia hoax claimed that this organization's name was used to despairingly refer to the 1924 Democratic National Convention.
KKK.
That's right. for
Nice
power.
buzz.
20, yes. Yank Levy wrote one of the first manuals on this practice based on his experiences in Mexico and Nicaragua. For 10 points each, identify this practice whose foco form was written about by Regis Debray. The name for this practice was coined during the Peninsular War.
Scorched. I thought it was scorched earth. I don't know. What do you pick one?
Answer?
Korea.
What?
Korea.
Yeah. Foco was inspired by the tactics of this participant in the Cuban Revolution, who was killed in Bolivia in 1967. An iconic photo of this man by Alberto Corda depicts him wearing a hat with a star on it.
Guevara.
Yes. This man compared guerrilla fighting to gas dispersal in an Encyclopedia Britannica entry. This man's other writings include 7 Pillars of Wisdom.
Oh,
Lawrence of Arabia.
Yes, 30 points.
Nice job.
Toss up 12. Eric Satie parodied a composer from this country by writing a bureaucratic version of one of his pieces. Another composer from this country depicted exotic bird calls in a D major string quintet that was nicknamed Aviary. Like his student Carl Cesarni, a composer from this country published 100 piano studies and exercises.
So, Italy?
That's power. Bonus. David Cope played computer-generated compositions made in the style of this composer for a 1993 album. For 10 points each, name his composer who was switched on in the title of a 1968 Wendy Carlos album.
Bach.
Carlos popularized the usage of the Moog variety of these instruments on switched-on Bach, leading to the development of their analog and digital varieties. Switch-on Bach 2 closes with this piece consisting of an allegro affettuoso and another allegro movement. This piece's first movement contains a famous harpsichord solo, while its second movement adapts a theme composed by Louis Marchand.
Fourth Brandenburg Concerto.
Over here.
I guess a different one. Third Brandenburg Concerto.
It's the 5th Brandenburg Concerto. 20 points.
Wrong direction.
Toss of 13. An information panic during this event held that secret messages were passed from town to town by being stored in a type of flatbread at rates faster than the postal service. John Nicholson is called a psychopath in William Dalrymple's book about this event that ends with an 82-year-old king being sent to exile in Burma. The number of gun salutes at Darbars... Say it again? Power.
Nice!
Bonus. In one novel, this is the ethnicity of a character who becomes her tribal chief's successor when she becomes the titled whale rider. For 10 points each, name his ethnicity whose traditions partly inspired a Booker Prize-winning 1984 novel in which Joe Gil-Ailey beats the mute boy Simon.
Oh wait, yeah.
Yes. The author of The Whale Rider, Witi Ihamaira, is from this country where he taught at the University of Auckland.
New Zealand.
Ihamaira was a 1993 recipient of a fellowship named for New Zealand author Catherine Mansfield, who is best known for this story in which Laura Sheridan delivers leftovers from the title celebration.
The garden party.
30 points.
Let's go. Let's go.
Toss of 14. During takeoff, pilots of certain planes must apply right rudder to counter a form of this non-aerodynamic process. A form of this process with a characteristic value of minus gamma times b is crucial to NMR. The time derivative of the argument of periapsis equals the rate of the apsidal form of this process, which...
Precession.
Yes. That's power. Bonus. In the 1930s, the term renovated referred to people who took advantage of Nevada's reduced residency requirements for this procedure. For 10 points each, under this procedure, most states have moved to the best interest of the child standard in assigning custody following these proceedings.
Like adoption. Wait, no, divorces.
Yes. Before Reno, a city in this state was called the divorce capital of the world. Today, visitors to this state are more likely to visit the Crazy Horse Memorial.
South Dakota.
Reno divorces are central to this woman's all-female play, The Women. As Connecticut's first female representative, this woman opposed Indian colonization.
Maybe Glassbell.
Over here.
Jackson.
Claire Booth Luce. So 20 points on the bonus. And toss of 15.
Downtown.
In a eulogy for this character, a woman describes touching his feet, knees, and upward along his body and finding it cold as any stone. In another scene, this character pleads that to banish him would banish all the world, only to receive the cold reply, I do, I will. This character asks if honor can set a broken arm or take away the grief of a wound in a speech dismissing it as a mere scutcheon. He gives that speech at the Battle of Shrewsbury, where he stabs the leg...
Henry V.
No. The leg of the already dead Hotspur. He gives a speech about his love of sack and meads drinking companions like Bardolph at the Boar's Head Tavern. For 10 points, name is Fat Knight, who is abandoned by Prince Hal in Shakespeare's 2 Henry IV plays.
Falstaff.
It is Falstaff for 10 points. Bonus. This trait can be measured in a Torrance test, which might involve coming up with ways to improve a toy. For 10 points each, name this trait that could produce something original and worthwhile in a brainstorming session.
Yeah, probably.
Go. Creativity.
J.P. Guilford designed a time test to measure creativity that involved coming up with novel uses for one of these objects. An operation named for this type of office equipment recruited Nazi scientist Werner Braun to the U.S.
Paperclip.
This author divided creative types into categories such as artist, sage, and jester in his book, The Act of Creation. He wrote a history of cosmology called The Sleepwalkers and the novel Arrival and Departure. Answer?
Browning.
Over here.
Sagan.
This is Arthur Kessler, 20 points.
Oh, okay, makes sense.
Let's get a score check after 3 quarters.
It's Barrington A 310, Lambert 290.
Okay, all we can do is our best.
Close game.
Let's go.
Toss up 16. In 2007, a cult leader from this country mailed thousands of copies of his massive Atlas of Creation around the world, establishing himself as a face of Islamic creationism. Imams called Day lead a ritual inspired by a heavenly banquet of 40 saints in the central ceremony of this country's Alevism tradition. A movement from this country is called Hizmet by its adherents and has opened over 100 charter schools in the U.S.
So, Turkey.
That's right for 10 points. Bonus. People with this disorder often have their nipples shaped far apart in a shield chest. For 10 points each, name is genetic disorder that causes infertility, short stature, and a webbed neck. This disorder occurs when a female has one single X chromosome.
Turner. No, is it Turner?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, Turner.
Yes, 3 out of 10 women with Turner syndrome have this form of its where only some cells have one X chromosome. In general, this condition is when multiple cells in an organism have different genotypes.
Is this genandromorphy? Genandromorphy?
Over here.
I have no idea. Selectivity.
It's mosaicism. Roughly half of all the cases of Turner syndrome involve congenital defects of this organ, often due to improperly shaped valves or coarctation of the aorta.
Heart.
Yes, 20 points. Toss up 17. 2 atoms of this non-carbon element are bonded to each other in the middle of allicin. A selenium-containing amino acid assists in the oxidation of 2 atoms of this element in a mechanism for mitigating oxidative damage. The extremely high energy bond between this element and a carbonyl group allows acetyl-CoA to serve as an effective intermediate in several processes involving ATP. A bond forms between two atoms of this element when oxidizing the antioxidant glutathione, beta mercapto.
Sulfur.
10 points. Bonus. Kerry James Marshall's update of this painting features a protective black pelican in the foreground. For 10 points each, name this painting that originally did not have a schooner in the background. Numerous sharks swim beside a stranded fisherman in the foreground of this 1899 painting.
Is it Gulfstream? I'm pretty sure it's Gulf.
Okay, it's Gulfstream.
Winslow Homer, who painted the Gulf Stream, covered this conflict as an illustrator, creating works such as the Army of the Potomac, a sharpshooter on picket duty.
Just Revolution.
No, 1899, right?
1812. I mean, wait.
It'd be Civil War.
Answer.
Okay.
Civil War.
Yes, the Gulf Stream drew on numerous works Homer made in this medium in the Bahamas, such as Sloop, Nassau. Go Ash is sometimes called the opaque form of this medium, popular among amateur artists in the 19th century.
Watercolor.
30 points. Toss-up 18. Books co-authored by this man include the kids' book George and the Unbreakable Code and an atheist tract co-written with Leonard Molodinov titled The Grand Design. This man formulated
Hawking.
Power. Bonus. Bernardino de Sahagún translated Christian psalms and gospels into the language of these people, adding elements such as Mary being impregnated by a quetzal feather. For 10 points each, name it these people whom Sahagún attempted to get to stop worshipping indigenous gods such as Quetzalcoatl.
Aztecs.
Sahagún despairingly equated this Aztec god of darkness with the pagan Jupiter. In many depictions, one of this god's feet is replaced with an obsidian mirror.
Yeah, big smoky mirror, right?
Tetzcatlipoca.
Yes, Sahagún included many of his observations on indigenous religion in this 12-book compendium on Aztec culture, which is commonly named for a city in Italy.
Yeah, Florentine Codex.
Florentine Codex.
30 points.
Score check.
Lambert, 410. Barrington A, 310.
Wait,
Okay.
we have to.
No.
Yeah,
Wait,
that- that-
is this
let's just get
19?
The next toss-up will be 19.
Yes,
Ah,
going
okay,
to
we got a
19.
Power vote.
Power, sorry.
Okay.
All right, toss of 19. Description acceptable. This character's boots have a cross in them on the left heel that another character made with big nails to keep off the devil. One night, this character chases another character round and round the place with a clasp knife during an alcohol-fueled hallucination of an angel of death. A judge in St. Petersburg refuses to grant one character a legal separation from this other character after he reappears and demands some money transferred to Judge Thatcher. Following this character's disappearance, another character is adopted by the widow Douglas. This man's body is eventually discovered by Jim.
Oh, like Injun Joe.
No.
What?
For 10 points, name this character from a Mark Twain novel whose son goes down the Mississippi on a raft.
Finn.
Prompt.
Joe Finn.
No, this is Huck Finn's father or Pap.
Oh, you're gonna take your husband's father?
Yeah, there's a description acceptable with the.
It doesn't matter.
So that toss-up goes dead, and we are on toss-up 20. Nigel Pollard's book on bombing the city documents the destruction of Amadeo Moriori's antiquarium building. Giuseppe Fiorelli added plaster arms to the city's muleteer. Dolia jars were found at the Thermopolium of Assalina, one of over 80 snack bars in the city, which is also home to the Lupinar Grande brothel. An inscription found here in 1760.
Wait. No, Pompey.
Power. And your bonus. This author vilified American foreign policy in his 2005 Nobel lecture, Art, Truth, and Politics. For 10 points each, name this British playwright who included a mixture of slapstick elements with a threatening aura in comedies of menace, like one featuring the hitmen Gus and Ben waiting near the title conveyance.
Pinter.
One of the first plays called A Comedy of Menace was this Pinter play, in which the mysterious strangers Goldberg and McCann come to take away Stanley Weber from the title celebration.
Birthday party.
This Pinter play, also called A Comedy of Menace, involves the philosophy professor Teddy seeing his family, who plots to get his wife Ruth to work as a prostitute.
I have no idea. No answer.
Over here.
Homecoming?
It is Homecoming. 20 and 10 on the bonus, and that's the end of the game.
Final score, Lambert 450, Barrington 320.
All right, good game, both teams. Testing, 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 testing.
I say ready.
Well, I'm good.
Yep,
Hello?
we're good.
Okay.
We're very good.
Okay. Straight Jesuit ready?
Yes.
Okay. TJ ready?
Yeah,
Good.
Alright. Oh, nice. Let's go.
Well, I'm not. All right, this is round 13 of the 2022 PACE NSC.
Remember next matter a lot.
And this is toss-up 1. Good luck, teams. Dunkerley's method mitigates this phenomenon by avoiding whirling. A so-called universal curve shows how this phenomenon's maximal intensity occurs at the peak of the Cauchy-Lorentz distribution. The value at which this phenomenon occurs, divided by either its bandwidth or by twice a coefficient denoted capital D, gives the Q factor. The effects of this phenomenon are reduced by a 660-ton sphere in Taipei. That's here.
So like damping?
That is not correct. I'll continue. in Taipei 101, which is an example of a tuned mass damper. When people walk together, this phenomenon can cause bridges to wobble, though it was not the cause of the Tacoma Narrows collapse as often stated. A driving frequency close to the natural frequency causes, for 10 points, what phenomenon in which a system's amplitude becomes very large?
Synchronization?
No, this is resonance. No penalty to either team. Toss-up 1 is dead. Toss-up 2. Annegret Fauser's book on this ballet details how it originally was based around the Medusa legend and had the title Daughter of Colchis. Elizabeth Sprague Coolidge insisted that this ballet's score require fewer than 13 musicians, so it could be premiered in a chamber setting. One character in this ballet puts a hat on the fingertips of a group of followers who keep their hands raised throughout his entire sermon. Dancer Eric Hawkins played the husbandman at the premiere of this ballet, whose composer, here, that's not correct, I'll continue, whose composer won the 1945 Pulitzer Prize. The seventh scene of this ballet borrows from the Shaker hymn, Simple Gifts. For 10 points in this ballet, choreographed by Martha Graham, with score by Aaron Copland. Here. 10, bonus. TJA. For 10 points each, identify the following about Japanese manufacturing in the 20th century. Japan was once a leading exporter of products made of this material. Rayon was originally called an artificial version of this material, which comes from worms.
Silk.
Yes. This Secretary of State's joke that post-war Japan's first export should be cocktail napkins mostly came true. This man's brother was the first head of the CIA.
Dulles?
Yes, that's enough. John Foster Dulles. Other early post-war goods were toys of this product that the Kosuge Toy Manufacturing Company made from tin cans. The suffix ni is added to the name of this vehicle in a portmanteau vehicle common on streets in the Philippines.
A wagon?
No, rebound.
Scooter? Scooter.
No, it's a Jeep. That's 20 on the bonus. This is toss-up 3. Leo Bogart wrote about the problem of awareness in These Things and founded AAPOR to improve journalistic consumption of them. Competitive situations lead to an increased use in the short brush fire type of these things. Social desirability bias likely led to errant results in these things. In the case of here.
Like scientific papers?
No, that's not correct. I'll continue. In the case of Tom Bradley, one of these things, overseen by Literary Digest in 1936, suffered from participation bias. Contact rates for these things have declined due to the decreased popularity of landlines. The largest academic center administering these things is Quinnipiac University. Rasmussen and YouGov figure near the top of ratings of organizations that conduct these things, done by 538. For 10 points, name these mechanisms for finding voter preferences. That's here. I can accept survey. The main answer is poll. 10 points. Bonus. A slow resting heart rate is part of Cushing's triad that occurs in response to an increase in this quantity. 10 points each. Name this quantity, which can be lowered to normal levels by a shunt procedure or by lumbar puncture. Answer, please.
Cortisol levels.
No, rebound.
Scoliosis?
Oh, no, it's the intracranial pressure. Part 2. Lumbar puncture lowers intracranial pressure by removing this substance from the body. The arachnoid mater and pia mater are two of the meninges that surround this substance.
CSF?
Yes, cerebrospinal fluid. Finally, this Greek physician may have been the first to identify cerebrospinal fluid, writing on water surrounding the brain. His namesake oath begins, first, do no harm. Yes, 20. Toss up. 4. Carol Burkin's book about women in this conflict details how Frederica van Riesdael was admired by those on both sides. Elizabeth Bergen was accused of breaking out POWs confined to prison ships during this conflict. One side in this war used the scalping of Jane McCrae as propaganda. During this conflict, the codename 355 was used by women who were part of Culper's spy ring. After serving it, that's here. That's not correct. I'll continue. After serving in this conflict as Robert Shurtleff, Deborah Sampson received a full military pension. Mary Ludwig Hayes helped to load cannons and serve water during the Battle of Monmouth in this conflict, inspiring the legend of Molly Pitcher. For 10 points, name this conflict during which Betsy Ross supposedly made a flag for the Continental Army. You've got 10. Bonus. An author with this surname caricatured her ex-lover as the protagonist in her Gothic novel Glenarvan for tip teach. Give this surname. 2 authors who shared this surname collaborated on the children's book Tales from Shakespeare.
Lamb.
Yes. The author of Glenarvan, Carolyn Lamb, had an affair with this poet, whom she described as mad, bad, and dangerous to know. This romantic poet wrote She Walks in Beauty and Childe Harold's Pilgrimage.
Byron.
You've got it, finally. Caroline Lamb parodied Byron's writing style in a poem titled for a new version of this poetic structure, which was referred to as fit in Old English. This poetic structure also titles a long, modernist poetic work, partly written from a Pisan prison.
Cantos.
That's all 30. Toss up, 5. This author's older sister, who wrote the collection Lineage, was discussed by him in an autobiographical collections, such as In My Father's Court. In a story by this author, the attic-dwelling title character marries his homely neighbor, Black Dobby, despite his obsession with studying the book Ethics. This author worked with Leah Napolin on a play about a woman who dresses as a boy in order to study religious law at a yeshiva. Many stories by this author of the Spinoza of... That's here. No, sorry, I'll continue. The Spinoza of Market Street are set in Frampel, such as one whose title character discovers from his wife Elka that their 6 children are not his, prompting him to urinate into bread that he is baking. For 10 points, name this Polish-born Jewish author of Yentl and Gimple the Fool. Here,
Singer.
10, bonus.
Could I ask where power ended on that?
Say it again.
Well, where did power end on that?
It ended right after the Spinoza of Market Street.
Okay, sounds good.
Bonus, TJA. This complex was designed by Raymond Hood for Temple Teach. Name this Art Deco building complex in New York, home to Paul Manship's cast bronze sculpture of Prometheus. Diego Rivera's Man at the Crossroads mural was briefly located at this complex. That's right. Isamu Noguchi's only work in this material, News, was created for Rockefeller Center. The Museum of Modern Art owns flatware designed by Ward Bennett made from this material, a cheaper alternative to silver.
Aluminum.
Answer, please.
Aluminum.
Sorry, rebound. Time, no answer, it's steel. Edward Trumbull used this material to accent the rondelles on the elevators at Rockefeller Center. Johann Christian Birknies and Jan Heiberg designed a phone made of this first commercially viable plastic.
Sure.
Answer, please.
Nylon.
No, rebound. No, it's Bakelite. That's 10 for Rockefeller Center. This is toss-up a 7. 6. In a story by this author, the urgent message, "Beam me up," is relayed between 2 agents named after Star Trek characters. This author's story, Chekhov and Zulu, appears in their collection, East-West. In a novel by this author, a physician falls in love with a woman by examining parts of her body. That's here. That's 20. Bonus. A 1966 book co-authored by this economist and William Bowen noted that, although the productivity of a string quartet has not increased since the 19th century, the wages of classical musicians have exploded for Tempo Teach. Name this economist who names a cost disease.
Shit. Sorry, I don't know. Stiglitz.
No, rebound. William Baumol. Baumol cost disease argues that the price of these things tends to outpace the price of goods. The tertiary sector of the economy is also named for these intangible acts, examples of which include haircuts.
Services.
Yeah, finally. Stephen Pearlstein has argued that Baumol cost disease has led to more of this type of spending, which John Maynard Keynes argued should be increased during recession in order to increase aggregate demand.
Government spending.
That's 20. Toss up. 7. And I mean it this time. The coefficient of confidence measures the likelihood of interference in this process. SPO11 intentionally induces damage to begin this process, whose repair leads to mostly NCO sites as well as CO sites through a double Holiday junction. Unequal instances of this process may, like gene conversion, result in gene duplication. This process is ectopic if it occurs between, that's here.
Cross separation of chromosomes.
Say it again, please.
Chromosomal separation.
No, I'll continue. If it occurs between non-homologous sites, This process can occur in the pseudo-autosomal region in men. This process finishes during the Pacatine stage at a chiasma. The synaptonemal complex forms to enable this process during prophase 1. For 10 points, what process during meiosis helps to provide genetic diversity to germ cells by exchanging the genes of homologous chromosomes? Here. That's 10, yes. Recombination is the main answer. Bonus, straight Jesuit. In this people's myth system, the world was originally made of water until a god descended on a golden chain with a snail shell full of sand. For 10 points each, name this ethnic group. In this people's creation myth, the world is created from dirt spread by a 5-toed chicken. Answer, please. No, rebound.
What's that now, bro? Inuit?
The Yoruba. The creator of humanity in the Yoruba religion, Obatala, was one of these spirits. These servants of Oludumare are also venerated in many religions of the West African diaspora. Yes, the popular Orisa, Shango, was the god of this domain. Zeus and Thor were also gods of this natural phenomenon. 20 on the bonus. Toss up 8. After a fire destroyed 16 ships in this city's port in 996 CE, the locals blamed the fire on Amalfi merchants and massacred over 100 Italians. An important source on medieval Jewish history is a synagogue in this city called Ben Ezra that preserved over 200,000 fragments of writing with Hebrew letters on them. During Umar's campaign against the Byzantine Empire, one of his generals founded Fustat, the precursor to this. That's here. That is 10. Bonus. One story by this author opens on the front porch at Frank Martin's drying out facility and describes JP, a drunk who is also a chimney sweep. For 10 points each, name this American author of the short story Where I'm Calling From, which appears in his collection, Cathedral.
Carver.
Yes. Robert, a character in the title story of Raymond Carver's Cathedral, has this trait. Late in life, John Milton dictated his writing to his daughters because he suffered from this affliction.
He's blind.
Yes, finally. Like Carver, this author was a guest editor of an edition of the Best American Short Stories. Cowboys and Estelle Mar and Jack Twist develop a gay relationship in this author's story, Brokeback Mountain.
Oh, Prokes.
Yeah, Annie Proulx, that's right, that's all 30. Toss up, 9. According to the Homeric hymn to Demeter, Gaia created this plant to assist Hades with the abduction of Persephone. In another story about the creation of this plant, the youth Amanias is given a sword and constructed to commit suicide. This plant was created after the goddess Nemesis punished the child of the river god Cepheus and the nymph Liriope. The banks of the river Styx abound with this flower, whose namesake spurned the nymph. That's here.
Asphodel?
No, not correct. I'll continue. Whose namesake spurned the nymph Echo, and in doing so caused her death. This flower's creation fulfilled a prophecy that a man would live long if he never knew himself. For 10 points, name this yellow flower into which a Boeotian hunter was transformed after falling in love with his own reflection. Here. Narcissus? Yes, 10. Bonus. After becoming one of the first Canadian women to become a doctor, this scientist left to research in Berlin due to a lack of opportunities for women. For 10 points each, name this scientist, who is the second namesake of an equation that states reaction velocity equals Vmax times substrate concentration over a namesake constant plus substrate concentration.
Menton, maybe? Menton?
Maud Menton. The Michaelis-Menten equation describes the namesake kinetics of these biocatalysts.
Enzymes?
Yes, finally. Maud Menton was also the first person to use electrophoresis to observe differences in the hemoglobin of sickle cell patients. In spite of that, this developer of orbital hybridization theory received credit. This man also determined that hemoglobin changes conformation upon binding to oxygen.
Bohr? Sure, yeah. Bohr?
Sorry, rebound?
I'll let you go.
Bohr?
No, this is Linus Pauling. 20 on the bonus. Toss up 10, the last of the half. To reduce these events, in 2020, Oregon passed a bill eliminating the 85th percentile rule and adopting new categories such as urban mix. One technique for reducing one type of these events is the Dutch reach. In order to reduce these events, Consumer Reports has advocated for mandatory adoption of active systems such as here.
Like recall?
No, I'll continue. Such as AEB. The severity of these events has increased due to the rise of the heavier crossover category. These events can be more deadly for women due to the NHTSA's use of all-male dummies. As a part of Sweden's Vision Zero plan to eliminate deaths from these events, many new median barriers have been built. Deaths from these events were reduced through the Click It or Ticket campaign. For 10 points, a fender bender is what type of event? Here.
Car accident?
Sure, 10. Bonus. Last of the half, straight, Jesuit. Answer the following about the spread of Buddhism throughout the Indian subcontinent for 10 points each. This great ruler of the Mauryan Empire converted to Buddhism after waging a brutal war in Kalinga.
Ashoka.
Yeah. This empire that was established by the Yuezhi hosted the Fourth Buddhist Council, at which the scripture of Mahayana Buddhism was compiled. This empire's ruler, Kanishka, built a massive stupa in present-day Peshawar. Answer, please.
Kush.
Rebound. Yes, that's correct. Finally, the Buddhist university at Nalanda grew under the patronage of the Pala dynasty, which was centered in this region. Much later, this region's Nawab Suraj Adwala locked POWs in a dungeon in Fort William. Bengal is correct. 20-10 on the rebound. This is halftime.
All right.
This should not be this.
At halftime, I have a score of 120 for Straight Jesuit and 180 for Thomas Jefferson A.
Happy with the score? Okay.
We have like 7.
We can take up to a minute for half.
Sorry.
Do we want to go on?
Yeah.
Ready? Okay.
let's
Ready?
go.
Okay. Fine with me.
Let's go.
Ready, Mike?
Yep.
Okay. Ready? Okay. This is toss-up 11. Great first half, teams. Good luck in the second half. One of these places is depicted in Modest Mussorgsky's prelude to Kovanshchina. The third movement of a piano concerto about one of these places opens with a dizzy solo and depicts its wrath. During the third act scene set at one of these places, Aida sings the aria O Patria Mia. The folk song The East is Red is quoted in a piano concerto named for one of these places that is based on a cantata written by Xian Shanghai. That's here. Yes, that's 10. Bonus. This movement's middle section features muted trumpets holding an E minor and G sharp minor polychord under strings and celesta arpeggios for 10 points each. Name this final movement of a 1916 suite. It ends with a wordless women's chorus repeating a 2-note motif as a door is slowly closed to create a fade out.
Neptune? It's a knocking. Is this Neptune?
Yeah, just say
Neptune?
Yes.
Nice.
Neptune the Mystic is the final movement of this Gustav Holst suite that begins with the movement Mars Bringer of War. Aha. Both Neptune the Mystic and Mars the Bringer of War are in this unusual time signature. The second movement of Tchaikovsky's Patatik Symphony has a limping waltz in this time signature. Answer, please.
5-8.
Rebound. 5-4 is correct. 20 and 10. Excuse me. Toss up 12. A large extrachromosomal element called a Borg is found in some archaea that metabolize this substance, which the Borg is believed to help enhance. Alexander Shilov's namesake bond activation system oxidizes this compound in a similar manner to enzymes called MMOs. In anoxic environments, this compound is anaerobically oxidized in a reaction coupled with a reduction of nitrate or sulfate. Carbon monoxide is the final electron receptor in an anaerobic respiration pathway that produces this compound in archaea. This potent greenhouse gas's global warming potential is around 30 times that of CO. That's here.
Methane.
That's 10. Bonus. Sandra Faber and grad student Robert Jackson provided an empirical relationship between this quantity's dispersion and the luminosity of an elliptical galaxy for 10 points each. Name this quantity. It is roughly constant with distance from the galaxy's center.
Like velocity.
Answer, please.
Angular velocity.
Rebound.
Radial velocity.
Radial velocity is correct. Vera Rubin's observation of flat rotations curves indicated that visible mass was scarce in this region. There are essentially no new stars formed in this region, which houses globular clusters.
Halos?
Yes, this elusive material provides much of the mass needed to explain the nature of galactic rotation, but does not interact with light, making it difficult to study.
Dark matter?
That's 20 and 10 on the rebound. Toss up 13. Was there a question?
Sorry, no, I'm just...
No, okay. No problem. 13. In the Philippines, the issuance of emancipation patents was the last phase in an operation by Ferdinand Marcos named for this resource. It is not oil, but Lázaro Cárdenas broke up Mexican monopolies on the allocation of this resource via the Ejido system. An 1879 monster meeting in Claremorris prompted the formation of an organization named for this resource that advocated for an end to absenteeism. Charles Stewart Parnell led an Irish League for the redistribution of, that's here,
Land?
that's 10, bonus TJA. God commands the prophet Ezekiel to do some very odd things for 10 points each. In Ezekiel chapter 4, God commands the prophet to take a brick and build a miniature model of a siege against this city, whose temple would later be destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar II. Part 2. God commands Ezekiel to lie on his right side for this many days to represent the number of years of punishment awaiting Judah. The Israelites spent this number of years wandering the wilderness. The heavens reigned for this many days during Noah's flood. Yeah, finally. In chapter 5, God commands Ezekiel to take this stuff and burn 1/3 of it, cut up 1/3 of it with a sword, and then scatter 1/3 to the wind.
Stop.
Answer, please. Say it again, please. No, rebound.
Hair.
It's his hair. 20, 10 on the rebound. Toss up. 14. In 2020, Scripta Manuat released a 3-volume photo book of this building that sold for $22,000. A tapestry designed for this building, The Death of Ananias, is replicated in a cartoon in London's V&A. Some scholars contend that too much carbon black was removed from works like the Cumean Sibyl in this building. That's here. That's 20 points. Bonus, straight Jesuit. Discriminatory housing policies forced most black residents in this city to live in its Toxteth neighborhood. For example, each name this English city that, in the 18th century, controlled 1/5 of the Atlantic slave trade. An ardent defender of slavery from this city, James Penny, names a street later memorialized in a pop song. Yes, a government inquiry found that this city's police force were institutionally racist following the 1993 murder of Stephen Lawrence. Boris Johnson served as mayor of this city. Finally, blacks in this city were largely forced into the St. Paul's neighborhood. A notorious slaver from this city, Edward Colston, had his statue tossed into its harbor in 2020. Answer, please. No, rebound? Bristol is correct. 20-10 on the rebound. Toss up. 15. Neil Price's recent history of these people documents their fiasco at Monkwearmouth and argues that many of them were covered in tattoos and filed horizontal grooves into their incisors. Some of these people left behind a large amount of hack silver at Quairdale. These people built stone fortresses called Long Forts. After a defeat, a leader of these people signed the Treaty of Wedmore with the victor, that's here. No, I'll continue. With the victor at the Battle of Eddington, these people's armies may have included in trance warriors called berserkers. These people's great heathen army was repelled by Wessex's King Alfred the Great. That's here. 10, bonus. Noted. A David Lewis paper about the paradoxes of this action uses the sentence, I can speak Finnish, to illustrate how can is equivocal in meaning. For 10 points each, identify this action which, if possible, would seemingly let you kill your grandfather, thereby preventing your birth.
Time travel?
Right. Time travel may allow a backwards form of this relation in which Max Black argued against via his bilking argument. A counterfactual theory of this relation was proposed by David Lewis.
Causation?
Yes, finally, this logician's solution to the Einstein field equations established the existence of closed time-like curves possibly supporting time travel. He also names 2 incompleteness theorems.
Godot.
That's all 30.
These pause till after protest?
No.
Three-quarters?
Unless
Let's just
we're...
hopefully the protest.
It's only at the end if it matters still, right?
That's
Okay,
correct.
so...
Yeah, I've noted it.
Okay.
Three-quarters, we have a score of 210
but I
for
don't think-
Jesuit, 300 for
Yeah,
Since we're paused, just for the record, that buzz was out of power for your point swing calculation purposes. This is toss-up 16. Despite not knowing how to drive, this character drives her drunken father back from Mexico, after which her mother-in-law stabs her with scissors. This character is sent across the country with a wrist tag reading, "To whom it may concern," to live with a woman who owns a general store with Uncle Willie. This character narrates the book All God's Children Need Traveling Shoes. After moving to St. Louis, this character's brother Bailey develops a stutter. This character becomes that's here. Yeah, 10. Bonus. After his wife leaves him, a member of this family ends up cutting off 3 of Pedro Tercero's fingers for 10 points each. Name this fictional family, who live at the Estancia Las Tres Marias. In the House of the Spirits, this family's member Esteban marries Clara del Valle rather than Rosa the Beautiful.
Chueba?
Yes. Pedro Tercero's fingers are cut off in this Chilean author's novel, The House of the Spirits.
Allende?
Yes, finally. 4 children cut off their sister's head in The Decapitated Chicken, a horror story by this country's author, Horacio Quiroga. In 1973, Allende fled Chile with a copy of Open Veins of Latin America, a book by this country's author, Eduardo Galeano.
Uruguay.
That's all 30. Toss up, 17. An essay collection titled For These Animals by the author of The Flamingo's Smile contains a table charting the evolution of Mickey Mouse's cranial vault. Chris Packham has argued that saving these evolutionary cul-de-sacs is not cost-effective due to their habitat needs. Wes McKinney developed a Python library named for these animals that is based around, that's here.
Panda?
That's 20 points, bonus. A grotesque terracotta caricature of Hippolyte Abraham Dubois is part of this artist's Célébrité du Juste Milieu series for 10 points each. Name this French artist. A working class woman is holding a sleeping child next to an older woman carrying a basket in the foreground of an 1863 painting by this artist. No, rebound. Yes, only Daumier. Daumier was arrested for an unflattering lithograph of a holder of this office sucking up the country's riches. Hyacinthe Rigaud painted a lavish portrait of an earlier holder of this office wearing a coat decorated with fleur-de-lis. Rebound. Yes. An old man looks down at the table in a Daumier painting of this activity. Marcel Duchamp stopped making art to instead focus on this activity. Answer, please. Say it again, please. No, rebound. Yes, all 30 on the steal. Timeout, straight Jesuit.
Jesuit. And after that cycle, we have a score of 240 for straight Jesuit, 360 for Tom Stephanie. There are 3 tosses left to play.
Yes, the next toss-up is number 18.
80 points, I believe.
Yeah, that's right.
30 stolen?
40, 40.
Okay. No, sorry, 30 stolen. That's
Yeah. Well, when you know it, you know it.
Yeah.
10-second warning, teams.
So what is this one number? This one I went
80.
80? Okay, thank you.
That's the full 30 seconds for timeout, straight Jesuit. Are you ready to continue? Great. TJA, ready? Okay, good. Let's continue then. This is toss-up 18. A name meaning servant of this figure was adopted by Richard Alpert, who popularized Indian spirituality among American hippies in books like Be Here Now. Lila, named for this figure, are performed on the 9 nights of Navaratri and are based on a retelling of his acts by the poet Tulsidas. Demands to build a temple at this figure's birthplace led to a mob here.
So Rama?
Yes, that's 20 points, bonus TJA. The San Blas Islands off the north coast of this country remain under the semi-autonomous control of its Kuna people, for 10 points each. Name this country, whose port of Cristobal once had a large foreign community and an artillery post called Fort de Lesseps. Answer, please. Say it again, please. No, rebound. That's right. Many of the wealthiest Panamanians live on one of these structures near Panama City called Ocean Reef. Other examples of these structures include the World off the coast of Dubai. Yes, that's right. Finally, the Ocean Flower Artificial Island project off the coast of this Chinese province is slated to host no fewer than 28 museums. This province is both the southernmost and least populous of China's provinces. Hainan is correct. 20, 10 on the steal. Toss up, 19. A man in this short story states that he is ready to carve a flock of geese when a woman asks him to carve the goose that has been served for dinner. In this story, a woman presses the protagonist about why he goes on cycling tours through France and Belgium instead of visiting his own country, and also criticizes his pieces for the Daily Express. That's here. Say it again. That's 20 points for the dead. Bonus. Because these items required an extreme amount of fabric to create, they were seen by some as wasteful and extravagant during a time of war. For 10 points each. Identify these articles of clothing popular among Black and Latino youths of the 1930s. Men wearing these clothes were targeted in a namesake 1943 riot.
Zoot suit?
Yes, the Zoot Suit riots took place in this city, where racial tensions erupted during the 1992 Rodney King riots. Yes, finally, Los Angeles' Latino population grew greatly in the 1940s thanks to this federal program. Harlan Carter and Joseph Swing forcibly deported this program's participants in the 1950s.
Oh, the Procero program? Yeah, Procero.
That's all 30. This is toss-up 20, the last of the game. These features are anomalously high in helium-3 drawn from a primordial reservoir. W.J. Morgan established many modern ideas of these features, which are often associated with negative anomalies in shear velocity. The bases of these features are roughly fixed, and thus provide a means of estimating the true polar wander. The arrival of these features at the lithosphere coincides with a period of plate extension, which allows melt to penetrate at the site of traps. The heads of these features broaden as their tails retract from the D double prime layer. The motion of plates over these features produces traces like the Emperor seamount chain. For 10 points, name these. That's here.
Like hotspot?
Yes, 10 points. It was an except before, so I had to make sure. 10 points. TJA's bonus. Dissolving a message in a solvent can produce the lyotropic type of these materials, which are contrasted with their thermotropic type. Name these materials, which, despite having long-range order, still flow somewhat freely. They are the LC in an LCD display.
Liquid crystal?
Right. LCD displays often use liquid crystals in this phase, contrasted with the smectic phase. In this phase, rod-like molecules have long-range orientational order, but not positional order.
Rheumatic.
Yes, that's right. Finally, liquid crystals exhibit this anisotropic property, in which they have different indices of refraction depending on the direction of the incident light.
Birefringent?
That's all 30. That's the end of the game.
All right, at the end of the game, we have a score of 250 for Straight Jesuit, 490 for Thomas Jefferson A. Protest.
It's an 80-point swing on the protest is therefore moot. Good game, teams. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was already primed to say it.
It's okay, yeah,
Yeah, good game.
Okay. I guess we'll start the recording.
Whoa, I think we're good.
We've done a buzz recording?
No, not yet.
There you go. Okay. Cool. So we are on round 14 of the 2022 PACE NSC. I am your moderator, Mike Bentley. We, in this round, have Hunter A and Barrington A. Is everyone ready to get started?
Yep.
All right. Oh, yeah. We didn't do that, did we?
Why?
Okay, here we go. Toss-up number 1 in round 14.
Let's go.
Description acceptable. The death of iron magnate Eben Byers from this condition brought attention to quack medicines produced by William J.A. Bailey. Downwinder communities in the U.S. are home to people afflicted with this condition. It's not related to boxing, but Harrison Martland studied this condition in workers who obtained it by their frequent habit of licking paintbrushes. In 19...
Radioactive poisoning?
Yes, that is acceptable. And power, and bonus. One of these sections describes how yours truly first visited Havana in the 1920s amidst August blistering sun and whirl of sugar boom prices. For 10 points each, identify the stream of consciousness passages that appear in the USA trilogy, along with newsreel and biography sections.
What are they called? I don't know what they're called. I don't know.
Answer?
Letters.
Over here.
Films.
It's called The Camera Eye. This author included the Camera Eye sections in The Big Money and other novels that comprise his USA trilogy.
So true. I almost said it. Those toss-ups.
Yes, many scholars believe that the unflattering character of Richard Gordon in this author's novel To Have or To Have Not is based on Dos Passos. Dos Passos had a falling out with this author of A Farewell to Arms over the Spanish Civil War.
Hemingway.
20 points on the bonus. Toss-up 2. The Sugar Museum in the city honors the man who invented the process for extracting sugar beet. In 1990, thousands of music fans in this non-American city gathered for the second annual Love Parade with the message, "The future is ours." A music genre created by Michigan-based teens like Juan Atkins became hugely popular at Berkheim and other dingy techno clubs in this city. A museum in the city recreates a WBS 70 tower block and a Trabant simulator. Most of this city's...
Munich?
No. Most of this city's public museums are located on its museum island and include a building housing the Pergamon altar. 2,711 concrete stelae make up a memorial in the city 1 block south of the Brandenburg Gate. For 10 points, famous German city where tourists often visit the Reichstag.
Berlin.
It is Berlin. Bonus. For 10 points each, identify the following about undercover reporting during the Gilded Age. The Chicago Times published a blockbuster series on the underground market for these procedures. These then illegal procedures were later the subject of Roe v. Wade.
Abortion.
This woman asked, "Could I pass a week in the insane ward at Blackwell's Island? I said I could, and I did, and I would, and I did." In the intro to her undercover report for the New York World. She also wrote Around the World in 72 Days.
Bly.
Helen Cusack investigated factories making these products in Chicago. AFL founder Samuel Gompers began his labor organizing with a union of workers making these products in New York.
Cigars.
30 points. Toss-up 3. This phenomenon is measured with the variable phi in Giulio Tonini's integrated information theory. The difficulties of understanding this phenomenon point to epistemic, not ontological issues according to the phenomenal concept strategy argument against Joseph Levine's explanatory gap. The multiple drafts model of this phenomenon is a physicalist theory outlined in a book that purports to explain it by Daniel Dennett. David Chalmers has written about the hard problem...
Like, evil?
No. Of this phenomenon, which requires the explanation of qualia instead of just identifying the physical mechanisms for sensory perception. William James analogized this phenomenon to a stream. For 10 points, name this phenomenon of awareness. It is consciousness. 10 points, your bonus.
Nice.
This proof method can be used to show the equivalence between an explicit formula and its recursive form. For 10 points each, name this method in which a statement is assumed true for arbitrary n and then proven for n plus 1.
Induction.
Yes, strong induction is used in this statement's proof to show existence of a prime factorization for every integer greater than 1. Euclid's lemma can then be used to complete this theorem's proof by showing uniqueness.
Fundamental theorem of arithmetic. What? No, prime factorization.
Answer.
Fundamental theorem of arithmetic.
Yes. Induction is stronger than this principle, which states that any non-empty subset of the natural numbers has a smallest element. The Banach-Tarski paradox is a consequence of assuming all sets obey this principle.
Well-ordered principle.
30 points.
Crazy.
Toss-up 4. This compound serves as the sole ligand in a linear chain of platinum complexes called Magnus's green salt. This is the simplest compound that reacts with ninhydrin to form Reuhemann's purple. Two equivalents of this compound are combined in the Olin-Raschig process. Solutions of this compound in alkali metals form powerful reducing agents due to the presence of solvated electrons, which create a deep blue color. This compound is oxidized to form hydrazine and is oxidized to form nitric acid in the Ostwald.
Ammoniac?
That is correct for 10 points. Bonus. A new process called select can determine the sex of these animals within 9 days of fertilization. For 10 points each, name these animals whose females are sometimes called pullets. The EU has banned the use of battery cages for these animals.
Chicken? Wait. Okay.
Answer?
Chickens?
Yes. Jacob and Monica work as chicken sexers in Minari, a film about a family of this ethnicity that moved to rural Arkansas. A director of this ethnicity won an Oscar for his film Parasite.
Korean?
Yes, a scare over American chicken meat bathed in this compound has been a major talking point in post-Brexit Britain. The EU has banned the import of chicken meat treated with this compound since 1997. Common name acceptable.
Chlorine?
30 points. Toss up 5. This is the most numerous sort of place that sells tiny, colorful bags that should remain unopened for good luck. An association of 80,000 of these places was formed after the abolition of the state form of the belief system that uses these places. Red seal books are most often stamped to record visits to these places, where one can hang up plaques called picture
Like Shinto shrines?
That's correct for power. Bonus. A school of 18th century opera composers named for this city included Alessandro Scarlatti and Giovanni Battista Pugliosi. For 10 points each, name the city whose namesake chord consists of a major triad built on the lowered second scale degree.
Naples?
This earlier Baroque composer used the Neapolitan chord in Act 3 of his semi-opera King Arthur. He made extensive use of the passus durascolis and ground bass in his aria When I Am Laid in Earth.
Purcell?
Yes. Ludwig van Beethoven included a dramatic Neapolitan chord in the development of this E-flat major symphony's first movement. After Napoleon crowned himself emperor, Beethoven dedicated this symphony to the memory of a great man.
Eroica?
3 points. Toss up 6. A reverend in this play compares one character to the heretical Anabaptists. A student in this play is scolded for watering flowers rather than studying German grammar. That student later...
The importance of being earnest.
Power. Bonus. A leader of these people could supposedly catch bullets with her butt and fart them back out. For 10 points each, give this term, which refers to escaped slaves who established free communities in Latin America. In Brazil, these people established communities called quilombos.
Dude, I don't know. Maroons.
Yes. The celebrated Maroon leader, Queen Nanny, led resistance to British colonialism in this present-day country. Rastafarianism was developed in this country.
Jamaica.
Another celebrated figure in Jamaican history sometimes names this anti-colonial rebellion in 1865. Also named after a city, this rebellion was sparked by a land dispute and ended with Governor Edward Eyre hanging George William Gordon.
Like Bogle. I don't think it's the. Okay, just go. Bogle.
Yes, 30 points.
Oh, nice. Good job.
Toss up 7. Jacob Lawrence's version of this scene, number 10 in a 1954 series, takes its title from an account of an excessively severe night by Tench Tillman. The bombing of the Kunsthal Bremen destroyed a painting of this scene, but a surviving Minnesota version shows an enslaved man believed to be Prince Whipple. A version of this scene, sketched on the Rhine, is the largest painting owned by the Met. That most famous version of this scene... That's power. Bonus. Variables describing these entities are often labeled with double dagger symbol. For 10 points each, name these configurations which correspond to the highest potential energy configuration along a reaction coordinate.
Transition states.
Yes. A predecessor to transition state theory was based on collision theory, which was in turn based on the kinetic molecular theory of these substances, whose components are assumed to have no intermolecular forces or volume.
Gases?
Prompt.
Ideal gases?
Yeah. Transition states can be studied with pump probe spectroscopy, part of this field pioneered by Ahmed Zeewal that studies reactions on extremely short timescales. Answer?
Minimalism.
Over here.
Femtochemistry?
That's right. 20 and 10. Toss up 8. A character in this novel differentiates the sane from the insane with the formula, it ain't so much what a fellow does, but it's the way the majority of folks is looking at him when he does it. One character in this novel uses cement rather than plaster to set the broken leg of his son. At the end of this novel, the eldest character marries a duck-shaped woman after...
As I lay dying.
That's power. Bonus, a viral video from 2012 showed a skateboarder doing tricks in one of this country's ghost cities. For 10 points each, name this massively urbanizing country. The third-tier city of Panjin in this country has considerably fewer people than the 23 million people who live in the first-tier city of Shenzhen.
China.
Yes. Ghost cities such as Zhengzhou are easier to get permits for in this household registration system. Under this system, many children of rural migrants are sent back to their grandparents to get an education. Answer?
Fang Lu.
Over here.
Examination.
It's called the Hukuo system. This New York-based school opened a branch in the former ghost city of Tianjin. This performing arts conservatory is located next to Lincoln Center.
Juilliard.
20 points.
No, wait, they were missing.
Toss-up 9. The logjam exploit used knowledge of primes used as the second argument of this operation to pre-calculate discrete logarithms. Finite fields defined using this operation are used to produce the shared secret in the Diffie-Hellman protocol. The ciphertext is...
The random operation?
No. The ciphertext is one input into this operation, and the product of two large primes is the other in RSA encryption, which applies it after exponentiation. Every if statement in every loop of FizzBuzz uses this operation, which is an alternative to binary AND for finding the parity of an input. The sign of this operation's output depends on whether truncation or flooring is used to define division. For 10 points, name this operation, often denoted with the percent sign, which returns the remainder. Modulus is correct for 10. Bonus. John Zitzes reports that upon hearing that he would die in Nemea, this man fled to Locris and died in its temple of Nemean Zeus. For 10 points each, name his author. In a poem, this man lectures Perses the Destroyer and recounts the 5 ages of a man.
Oh, I don't even know. Hesiod? Oh.
Answer?
Hesiod?
Yes. Hesiod's Works and Days distinguishes between two forms of this deity who caused a feud between several Olympian goddesses by throwing the golden apple of discord into their midst.
Eris?
Yes. The Greek name for this fragmentary 5-book Hesiod poem comes from its use of the phrase or like to transition between different episodes which tell of various heroines and their families.
Is it just Theogony? No,
I think it's Book of Woman or something. Book of Woman.
Over here?
Theogony.
What?
Theogony.
No, it's the catalog of women.
Oh, no problem.
20 points. Toss up 10. Sarah Reed's historical novel The Gossip's Choice is titled for gossips who helped out during these events. Over 1,000 of these events were attended by colonial diarist Martha Ballard, who collected herbs for use during them. Prior to these events in medieval England, tapestries would be placed over windows to keep the room dark during a lying-in period that included prayers to St. Margaret. In 1853, editors in The Lancet strongly criticized Queen Victoria for using chloroform during one of these...
Execution?
No. During one of these events. These events often led to deaths from puerperal fever, an observation that led Ignaz Semmelweis to advocate hand-washing at hospitals. For these dangerous events, traditionally the domain of midwives.
Childbirth.
That's right, for 10. Bonus. After her ward leaves the room, this character remarks, "There's a little intricate hussy for you," to Sir Anthony. For 10 points each, name his widow, the guardian of Lydia Languish, whom she describes as headstrong as an allegory on the banks of the Nile. She appears in the play The Rivals.
Yeah, Malaprop.
Mrs. Malaprop's constant linguistic slips appear in a play by Richard Brinsley Sheridan, who is from this country, also the birthplace of John Millington Synge and Sean O'Casey.
Yeah. Ireland.
What?
Ireland?
Yes. Perhaps the most famous of Mrs. Malaprop's error is when she refers to Jack Absolute as the very this word of politeness.
Epitome.
Answer?
Epitome?
What?
Epitome?
Over here?
Pineapple?
Pineapple's correct. So that is 20 and 10, and that's a half.
At the half, Hunter A, 240, Barrington A, 180.
In it. I'm just gonna look at
Okay.
Kind of hard to talk to Michael, but that's it.
All right, is everyone ready for toss-up 11?
Yes.
Toss-up. The real-life inspiration for a character with this first name wrote the 1983 book What Little That Character's Creator Didn't Say. An author with this first name wrote a novel in which the bodies of 3 sisters and their driver Rufino are thrown off a cliff. In another novel, that author with this first name described Sophia, Sandra, Yolanda, and Kara fleeing the Trujillo regime.
Isabel.
No.
Sorry.
A youth has an affair with a relative with this first name in the odd chapters of a novel.
Julia.
Yes, that's just 10 points. Bonus. In 1355, the St. Scholastica Day riot broke out in this city after a brawl involving the landlord of the Swindlesock Tavern. For 10 points each, a number of this English city where Protestant martyrs, including Hugh Latimer, were burned at the stake by Mary I. A building named for John I de Balliol is located in this city.
Oxford.
Yes, Oxford and this other university had a monopoly over English higher education until the opening of the University of London in 1828.
Go.
Cambridge.
For much of their history, Oxford and Cambridge were not open to these people, so they founded institutions such as Tewkesbury Academy instead. These people were Protestants who did not belong to the Church of England.
Oh, what are they called? Sure.
Answer?
Puritans.
Over here.
Dissenters.
That's right. 20 and 10. Toss of 12. As related in Rebecca Solnit's River of Shadows, this artist used Mark Hopkins' unfinished mansion on Nob Hill to create a 17-foot wide panorama of San Francisco. Francis Bacon's Paralytic Child was based on photos from this man's infantile
Muybridge?
power.
Nice!
Bonus. A Quaishon Spencer paper evaluates this thinker's 4 rules of reasoning using Goodman's criteria for inductive inference. For 10 points each, name this person who claimed hypotheses non fingo or I fe no hypotheses in the general scholium that introduces his magnum opus.
I don't. Aquinas. It's about hypothesis. Wait, maybe it's Bacon, right?
Answer?
Bacon?
Over here.
Hume.
Isaac Newton. Newton claims to feign no hypotheses is a principle of parsimony, as is this principle named for a 13th century friar that holds that the simplest solution is usually the best.
Yeah, nice.
This thinker invented the story of Newton and the apple and popularized him in France with Émile de Châtelet. This friend of Frederick the Great used the anti-clerical motto, "Crush the infamous thing," in his letters.
Oh, Abelard, probably. Abelard?
Over here.
No ideas.
That's time. It's Voltaire. So that is 10 points on the bonus. Toss up 13. In February 1915, in this modern-day country, 800 Indian members of the 5th Light Infantry staged a mutiny that killed 47 British soldiers. This country's national pledge was created by the journalist S. Rajaratnam, who also served as its first Minister of Foreign Affairs. This country's people were targeted in the Suk Ching massacre after Arthur Percival,
Like Chinese.
surrendered it to Japan during World War II. In 1818, the Sultan of Johor leased the land that would become this country, which was known as the Gibraltar of the East. Chinese and Tamil activists called for this country's independence from Tunku Abdul Rahman in 1965 and helped found its People's Action Party. Lee Kuan Yew founded for 10 points what Asian city-state?
Singapore.
Singapore is correct for 10. Bonus. The art collective General Idea used the typography from this artist's signature works to create billboards and bags promoting AIDS awareness. For 10 points each, name this pop artist whose most iconic design, noted for a crooked O, names a park in Philadelphia.
Indiana. Indiana.
The letters in Robert Indiana's Love sculpture are usually this color. Jan van Eyck painted a man wearing a turban of this color.
Red, I think. Red.
In 1988, General Idea adapted their AIDS design into this medium. William Morris produced over 50 arts and crafts patterns for this medium like Sunflower, which was printed by Jeffrey & Co. before being pasted into place.
Pasted like a mural, I think. Mural?
Go.
Oh, wait. I don't know.
Answer?
Say that.
Over here.
Wallpaper.
Wallpaper is correct, 20 and 10.
That was a good guess.
Toss up 14. In the myth to which this god is central, the forces of evil are represented by a scorpion that reaches for another animal's testicles. Shrines to this god contain depictions of an enigmatic time god with a lion's head and a snake coiled around his body. Devotees of this god receive titles like Raven and Sun. That's power.
Nice!
Bonus. Malt and galt tissue are treated as associated with this system. For 10 points each, give this complementary system to the circulatory system, which transports a namesake clear fluid through vessels, the heart, and namesake nodes.
Oh yeah.
Yes, this lymphoid organ's epithelium uniquely can express antigens from various other tissue types to train cells via negative selection. It tends to undergo involution or shrinking around puberty.
Could this be spleen? I think it's spleen.
The thyroid, yeah, thyroid.
Oh, okay, thyroid.
Over here.
Thymus.
Thymus is right. Recombination and positive and negative selection serve to optimize the binding abilities of these proteins, which are presented antigens from MHCs.
It's just antibody. Wait, is it MHCs maybe? I don't know. It said MHCs.
Answer?
Antibodies.
Over here.
Okay. Epitope.
These are T cell receptors, 10 and 10.
Kind of. Yes.
Okay. After timeout?
30. Okay.
Timeout is Barrington 300, Hunter A 270. Barrington 300, Hunter A 270.
Did they get a bonus? Did they rebound a part of that?
They rebounded.
Yeah, they rebounded one.
The second part.
Yes.
13.
Until you pointed to your phone, this thing dies.
So anyway,
Okay, I mean, we can take it. On the previous.
Okay, so we are resuming on toss-up 15. Is everyone ready?
Yes.
Toss-up 15. Members of this vegetarian's political party were once caught on TV having their votes in Parliament cast by so-called piano players rather than voting themselves. This prime minister agreed to $5 billion in reparations to Libya. This man's business career was built in part from the appeal of Fellini showgirls. This man canceled efforts to move from San Siro to a new stadium for the soccer team he owns. A case involving the underage Ruba
Berlusconi.
Berlusconi's right for 10.
Berlusconi. Oh.
Bonus. This acronym was used as early as 1905 by Cleland Boyd McAfee. For 10 points each, give this 5-letter acronym used as a mnemonic to remember specific doctrines about salvation and some streams of Christianity. This acronym's last letter represents the doctrine of the perseverance of the saints.
Spice.
Over here.
Stamp, I don't know. Stamp.
This is Tulip. Tulip summarizes the 5 main points of this theologian who wrote the Institutes of the Christian Religion.
Calvin.
Yes, the I in Tulip stands for irresistible form of this concept, which guarantees salvation for everyone that God has predestined to preserve. A John Newton hymn calls this concept amazing.
Grace.
Yes, 20 points. Toss up 16. Emmanuel Saez's simple formula for setting these values relies on the thickness of the top tail and compensated elasticities. According to Hauser's law, changes in these values have had little effect on a figure measured as 19.5% of GDP. These values are lower in destinations targeted in the double Irish scheme. In a 2005 CBO report found that lowering these values was not offset by positive macroeconomic effects. This value is plotted against revenue on a graph used to justify supply-side economics called the Laffer. No, called the Laffer curve. These values increase in a piecewise function in progressive schemes as one moves to higher income brackets. For 10 points, name this quantity, sometimes calculated as the ratio of income one owes to the government.
Tax rate.
Tax rates rate. For 10 points, bonus. Christine de Pizan wrote the letter concerning the prison of human life to console women who lost relatives in this event. For 10 points each, name this event. In a Shakespeare history play, the title King addresses We Happy Few, We Band of Brothers in the St. Crispin's Day speech just before this historical event.
The Battle of Agincourt.
A series of letters by Pizan attacks the misogyny of a poem titled For the Romance of One of These Things, which was mainly written by Jean de Morne.
Horns.
What?
Horns.
Over here.
Rose.
Yes. Those letters by Pizan include a letter to the god of this concept, which the Romance of the Rose purports to provide a mirror of. Troubadours often sang about the courtly form of this emotion.
Love.
Yes, that is 20 and 10 on the steel. And toss up 17.
Let's go.
Confirmation of this phenomenon can be done with flow cytometry for CD63 positive cells indicative of degranulation. That test is the BAT. Helminth infections may complicate radioimmune assays for this response, such as RAST, RIST, or Thermo Fisher's immunocap test. Activated basophils contribute to this phenomenon upon the binding of IgE, which...
Inflammation?
No. Which also activates mast cells. A provocation test for this phenomenon uses a set of patches to identify delayed responses indicative of sensitization. A wheel and flare reaction indicates the positive presence of this phenomenon in skin tests of this phenomenon. Histamine is released as a result of, for 10 points, what undesirable response to an antigen, which can lead to anaphylaxis?
Allergic reaction.
Yes.
Protest?
Yes, no.
Inflammation.
Bonus.
I just said protest.
During the Roman Empire, the only source for this metal in Europe was in mines in Cornwall. For 10 points each, identify this metal, which along with copper is the main element in bronze. This soft metal, an alloy of tin, was often used to make low-cost gray tableware like spoons and candlesticks before the invention of stainless steel.
Pewter? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Pewter?
One common use of pewter in the Middle Ages was for the scallop-shaped badges given to these people. Many of these people traveled on the Camino de Santiago.
I don't know. Maybe like Jews. I don't know.
Answer?
Jews?
Over here.
Pilgrims?
Pilgrims is right. 20 and 10.
Sorry. What are we looking at?
Toss up 18.
Let's go.
Ebenezer Prout's critical edition of this work was supplanted by a newer edition compiled between 1957 and 1965 by Watkin Shaw, who controversially stated that its librettist was a conceited figure of no special ability. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart's arrangement of this work replaced a difficult piccolo trumpet solo with a French horn solo. This work begins with the oboes and strings playing a French overture-inspired E minor symphony.
Messiah?
Yes, that is right for 20. Bonus. Albert Einstein's model for this quantity treats atoms as harmonic oscillators. For 10 points each, name this quantity and the amount of energy required to heat a substance by 1 degree Kelvin.
Specific heat?
Yes. Einstein's model of heat capacity was improved by this Dutch scientist who names a length over which screening occurs in plasma physics.
W?
Yes. At lower temperatures, Debye predicted that heat capacity varies with this power of temperature. At high temperature, Debye's model recapitulates the Dulong-Petit law, which states that molar heat capacity roughly equals this number times the gas constant R.
3.
Yes, that is correct for 30 points. And let's get a score check.
Yeah.
So we're down 50, right?
Hunter a 390, Barrington a 340.
Okay, get both. Come on, let's go.
Okay, toss up 19. This author says that Axide binds him like adamantine chains in a posthumously published work mediated by Lady Truth. This writer referenced his translation of the penitential psalms in a set of dialogues about faith featuring St. Augustine. This poet gave a coronation oration after being made poet laureate for a poem inspired by his unfinished collection of classical biographies. This writer of the Secretum and On Illustrious Men used...
Petrarch?
Petrarch is right for 10. Bonus. This author attempted to fit all of his fiction into 14 historical cycles as part of a post facto system he called the Age of Time, which he explained in his novel Christopher Unborn. For 10 points each, name this author who described a dying PRI politician in the death of Artemio Cruz.
Fuentes?
Yes. Fuentes' system sought to explain the history of this home country of his through fiction. Ambrose Bierce dies in this Latin American country's revolution and Fuentes' novel The Old Gringo.
Mexico?
Fuentes attempted to give full history of Hispanic civilization in this sprawling 1975 novel with a Latin title, much of whose section, The Old World, is set at El Escorial.
Aura is I know, that's not what it's called.
Answer?
Try it. Aura?
Over here.
Karen Nostra?
That's right, so 20 and 10.
Okay, that sucks. How much? Okay, just get this, come on.
All right, toss up 20. In isotropic cases, this quantity's reciprocal times a dimensionless matrix defines the compliance tensor. This quantity times curvature times the moment of inertia equals the bending moment applied to a beam. This quantity equals 2 plus 2 times the Poisson ratio, all times a similar quantity named for shear. This quantity, which has dimensions of pressure, is the gradient...
Strain?
No. Is the gradient of the straight part of a graph to the left of the limit of proportionality, which may elsewhere display necking or fracturing. This quantity times cross-sectional area divided by initial length gives the spring constant, a common extensive analog of it. For 10 points, stress over strain gives what measure of stiffness named for a British scientist?
Young's modulus?
That's correct for 10.
You're good.
And your bonus. The subject of this statue may also be depicted in a portrait by Giorgione, now in the Uffizi. For 10 points each, identify the statue by Donatello, the first equestrian statue made in the Renaissance that survives to modern times. Yeah. Donatello's Marzocco for the Santa Maria Novella in Florence is a depiction of one of these animals that are often shown rampant in heraldry.
Lions.
Donatello's penitent Magdalene is made from this material. Tillman Riemenschneider was a master carver of both stone and this lightweight material, using it to create the Holy Blood altar.
Wood.
30 points. And that's the end of the game.
Hunter A, 440, Barrington A, 470, and Hunter A won the protest. Oh my goodness. Players, this is round 15, the final round of this phase. It's very likely that there'll be some special instructions at the end of this round.
Another round after this.
Players, this is round 15, which is not the last round of this phase. It is very unlikely that there will be any special instructions after this round. I know, well, it's supposed to go by 5, I don't know. Round 15 bis will be next to force this to be true. Thank you for correcting me on that, I appreciate it. Let's now check the buzzer. Please buzz and state your name starting on my far left. Welcome.
Justin.
What's up?
Katush.
Welcome.
Elliot.
TJA, good luck. On my right.
Connor. Vidal.
Welcome.
Cool.
How are you?
Elliot.
Welcome. Kincaid, good luck. Are there any questions before we begin? Can you hear me okay if I talk like this?
Yes.
Good. If there's any problems with clarity or volume, please just make them known at an appropriate time. I will never take it personally. Okay. Ready now, Mike?
Yes.
Good. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, this is round 15, the first toss-up. Good luck, teams. One of the victors at this battle built the star fort of Palmnova to celebrate it. John Keegan argued that the most important consequence of this battle was the deaths of thousands of compound bowmen, largely due to arquebusiers and musketeers. Before this battle, the losing side flayed alive Antonio Bragadin after taking Famagusta. So that's here.
The punter.
That's 20 points. Bonus. Kincaid. For 10 points each, answer the following about Russian science fiction. Two Soviet brothers with this last name wrote many works of science fiction, including a novel about stalkers who enter visitation zones to find alien artifacts titled Roadside Picnic. No, rebound?
Tolstoy?
No, they're the Stugatsky brothers. George Orwell contended that this British novel must have been based on Yevgeny Zamyatin's science fiction novel We, but its author Aldous Huxley denies it. Similarities include the one state in We and this novel's world state.
Brave New World.
Yes. This author wrote science fiction novels such as Heart of a Dog, in which a surgical procedure turns the dog Sharik into the human Polygrafovich.
Bulgakov.
Yes, that's 20. Toss up 2. Locals rallied to save a candy-colored structure of this type above the Kamata train station, the last rooftop example in Japan. A grand one of these structures in Vienna was the setting for a speech about little dots from Carol Reed's film The Third Man. A record-setting one of these structures opened on Blue Waters Island in 2021 and is called the Ain Dubai. The previous record holder, the High Roller, and lost. That's here.
Ferris wheel?
That's good for 10. Bonus, Kincaid. William Monroe Trotter went to Paris to campaign for an expansion to these proposals that addressed racial equality. For 10 points each, identify this set of proposals that included a restoration of all territory to Belgium and the creation of an independent Polish state.
14? Yeah. 14 points.
That's right. The 14 points were formulated by this president, who suffered a stroke while attempting to convince the United States to ratify the Treaty of Versailles.
Wilson.
Yes, finally, Asian territorial transfers promised at the Paris Peace Conference were later negotiated at this conference. This event was organized by Secretary of State Charles Evans Hughes. Its attendees signed the Nine Power Treaty.
Washington Naval Conference. Washington Naval Conference.
That's all 30.
Good.
Toss up.
Nice 30.
3. This physicist names a cone produced when a bullet passes through a glass pane, which he derived after basically founding the field of contact mechanics. This physicist invented a device with directivity 1.5, which is modeled as a length of conducting wire much shorter than the wavelength being used. This inventor of a dipole antenna observed that a receiver lost charge faster when illuminated by UV light, making him the first to discover the photoelectric effect. This physicist verified Maxwell's equations by making the first observation of radio waves. This physicist's namesake SI unit, that's here.
Hertz.
Say it again.
Hertz.
10. Bonus. One of this man's films had its production delayed after the crew accidentally started a forest fire in rural Oregon, in this rival of Charlie Chaplin and Harold Lloyd, who had a house fall around him in the silent film Steamboat Bill Jr.
Sure.
No, rebound.
Esther.
Buster Keaton, part 2. Keaton's character accidentally throws a bomb at a parade of people in this job in a 2022 film. A later film has Keaton chased by the keystone examples of these characters.
Sorry, 1922.
1922, thank you. 1922 film. Thank you. Answer, please.
Coal miners.
No, rebound. Cops is correct, finally. Keaton's character accidentally demonstrates skills in pole vaulting near the end of a 1927 comedy titled For One of These Places. The protagonist runs a quad at one of these places in the opening of David Fincher's The Social Network.
University?
That's good for 10 for each side. Toss up 4. In the 1970s, two rival... What?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay, sorry. In the 1970s, two rival TV networks in this city established the crime-heavy local news format with eyewitness news and action news. Noel Ignatiev's book, How the Irish Became White, ends with a case study from this city. Social worker Donald Glassy recorded the guidelines of a communal group in this city. That's here. That's 20 points. Bonus. An organism in this phylum with species mutans is the principal contributor to dental caries. For 10 points each. Name this genus of gram-positive bacteria whose group A species pyrogenes often causes a namesake inflammation of the throat and tonsils.
Streptococcus?
Yes, molecular mimicry due to strep infection can lead to this inflammatory condition, which may cause T cells to damage the heart's valves.
Like cardiitis?
No, rebound.
Cardiomyelitis.
No, this is rheumatic fever. Finally, streptococcus are part of an order of bacteria that produce this compound as a result of fermentation. It's converted to glucose in the liver as part of the Cori cycle in humans.
Lactic acid?
That's 20. Toss up 5. This character discusses Queen Nanny of Jamaica and lives in North London in a Zadie Smith play that ends with a retraction, much like the original poem in which she appears. This character is said to have lived in a land of fairy power, but laments how no one now sees fairies anymore because they've all been replaced by friars. After she tears out pages from a sexist book, this character's husband, here, that's 10, bonus. Polymath al-Baruni was taken to the court of Mahmud of Ghazni after his sack of this region. Name this Central Asian region. An empire named after this region made the foolish decision to behead some foreign emissaries, leading those foreigners to initiate a bloodbath in its capital of Urgench in 1221.
Bactria?
No, rebound.
Siberia.
No, it's Khwarazm. Mahmud is the most reviled in India for his sack of Somnath, during which he stole temple doors made of this material. The Pernambuco variety of this good was used to extract a reddish dye.
Wood?
Yeah, finally. In 1331, the declining city of Ghazni was visited by this Moroccan explorer who wrote about his travels throughout Asia in his work Rihla.
Yeah, Ibn Battuta.
That's your man. 20. Toss up 6. A description is acceptable. A 1653 book by Giovanni Battista Riccioli is named for an update to this theory. This theory was challenged in the Moraga Revolution. A book challenging this theory consists of conversations among Salviati, Sagredo. That's here.
Like geocentric model?
That's 20 points. Bonus Kincaid. Smart contracts can impart this property by tying entities in a ledger to a URL. For 10 points each, name this property of objects that can be uniquely distinguished. Most objects with this property point to a piece of digital media hosted by a third party, leaving them vulnerable to link rot.
Like non-fungible? Non-fungible?
That's right. NFTs work by adding new records to one of these distributed ledgers. These lists are used to record transactions of cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin.
Blockchain?
Right. The non-fungible part of an NFT is the link used to reference its information, meaning that others can still right-click the image and perform this action. This action can be performed by pressing Control and C on your keyboard.
Copy?
Or Command C if you've got a Mac. That's all 30. Toss up 7, which I do. Journalist Steve Griggs found a rare live recording of this album being performed by Joe Brazil, featuring playing from Carlos Wood and Donald Raphael Garrett. This album's opening track features a 4-note ostinato of a solo double bass, playing the notes F, A, that's here.
Kind of blue.
That's not correct. I'll continue. F, A flat, F, B flat. An alternate take of its opening track omits the original vocals, but features Art Davis and Archie Shepp. This album's creator wrote in its liner notes that he experienced by the grace of God a spiritual awakening. This album opens with a gong crash by Elvin Jones on a track where another musician performs an overdubbed chant of the title of the album. This album was recorded 5 years after the same artist's Giant Steps. For 10 points, name this John Coltrane album. Here. No penalty. Love Supreme. This is toss-up 8. Socrates called the common attitude toward this concept a pretense of wisdom in the Apology, which ends by using a dilemma to show that this concept may be an unspeakable gain. The symmetry argument about this concept appears in Lucretius's De Rerum Natura. That argument, like the Epicurean argument that this process has no subject of harm, is meant to show that this process is nothing to us. Epictetus, that's here.
Death?
Yes, that's 10, bonus, Kincaid. In 2013, the price of these essential commodities increased by 370% in India, sparking fears of inflation. For 10 points each, identify this vegetable, so important to the Indian economy that a ban was imposed on exporting it in 2019 to try to keep down prices of meals like biryani.
Rice. Ooh, is that a vegetable?
Answer, please.
Tomato.
No, rebound.
Onion?
Yes. The Chinese government, meanwhile, closely tracks the price of meat made from these animals. Millions of these stock animals were killed in China in 2019 following a flu outbreak.
Or pigs, right? Sure. Pig.
In 2021, food prices around the world increased due to a shortage in this chemical, the most common foliar feed fertilizer in the world. Impurities in this alternative to phosphate fertilizers produce biuret. Answer, please.
Nitrate. Nitrate.
No, rebound.
Potassium?
Urea is the answer. That's 10 for each side.
Fine.
Toss up 9. This author once wrote skits for the Science Museum of Minnesota and had his breakthrough when Lloyd Richards directed the first of his plays to premiere at the Yale Repertory Theater. A womanless man created by this author delivers a monologue where he declares that if he goes down, he intends to go down swinging. That same character created by this author forces his wife to raise Raynell after... That's here. Say it again. 10. Bonus. In a play by this author, 3 brothers are challenged by the devil Bolom, for 10 points each. Name this author, who wrote the plays Tijan and His Brothers and Dream on Monkey Mountain, as well as the poem A Far Cry from Africa. Yeah. In Tijan and His Brothers, a frog uses this author's name in place of excuse me. This ancient Greek playwright wrote the Oresteia. Yes, it's not St. Lucia, but a 1984 Walcott play is titled For the Earth of This Country. An author from this non-U.S. country wrote The Farming of Bones, as well as a novel in which Sophie's mother checks her virginity each week. Yes, all 30. Toss up 10, last of the half. A tumor-inducing example of these structures induces crown gall disease in plants. Both BLA and TET-A are present in an example of these structures named PBR322. These structures are extracted by the alkaline lysis method, which is used in many preps. Engineered examples of these structures contain... Here.
Like plasmid?
That's 20 points. Bonus TJA. The book Inhibition, Symptoms, and Anxiety was a response to a book titled For This Event. For 10 points each, name this event, whose trauma titles an Otto Rank book. Rank posits that the anxiety this event causes is the base of other anxieties that humans experience.
So it's like the original sin? No.
Answer, please.
The original sin?
No, rebound.
Loss.
Birth. More recent theories about trauma hold that childhood trauma increases one's likelihood of developing this mental disorder. It is characterized by disturbed thoughts related to a horrible event and often afflicts soldiers.
PTSD.
Right. Rank believed that these figures had a especially severe birth trauma owing to persecution by their fathers. Rank wrote a book on the myth of the birth of these figures. Answer, please.
Hero.
Yes, just in time. 20. Halftime.
Actually, 30. Okay, 60.
Alright. The current score I have at the half is 140 for Thomas Jefferson A, 200 for Kincaid.
Alright, I have 210. 210.
210? Okay. What do you have after toss of 5 for both teams?
Sorry, so he keeps track of the margin.
Okay,
so
sure. We can start from the very beginning. So,
40,
first cycle, 40, nothing. Then 80, nothing.
80,
then
and then 90, 10.
90, 20 is what I have. I haven't given the last part of that bonus.
He's just saying their score. So
Oh, sorry, yeah.
90 and then to 130,
Yeah, then to 130.
then to 180,
That is what I have.
and then to 200.
That's what I have. So on bonus 8, I have
Can we have 200?
10 and 10,
Do they have
and then 10 on the toss-up for Vigils.
Have you spotted where your
I had
difference
a
is?
30 on the bonus for 6.
30 on the bonus
for
after
number
6. Give me a sec.
That is what I have
Give
as
me a
well.
sec.
I have a 20 on the toss-up.
Yeah, so that should be 50 points total. You had 130 plus 50 is 180 there.
And you guys 10 the next toss up, so and
Yeah.
10 on the bonus, so it's 200. Oh, so
The next toss-up actually went dead.
Yeah,
The
toss-up
next
second
one
went
was
dead.
down.
I have on...
That's correct.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I also want to check on toss-up 4. Who buzzed on toss-up 4 for Cole?
That was Cole.
That was Cole? Okay, I did that
For
correctly.
power.
And it was first and last for 20?
Yes.
Bonus for?
For bonus
I
four.
didn't. I just.
So it's 140. Okay, 140.
Yes.
Okay, very good. So do both teams agree at the current score, 200 to 140? Very good.
Any other business at this time? Okay.
Robert, please.
Let's continue the game with the second half. Starts with toss-up 11. Good luck. This civilization's thunder god had to defer to a higher authority, the superior or veiled gods. A gray-haired child born from a plow furrow, the prophet Teges, is credited with revealing this people's cosmology. A semi-mythical king of these people let a would-be assassin go free after the assassin fearlessly thrust his own hand into a fire. Here, that's 20 points. Bonus, TJA. This creature is chosen following a casting of lots and gets a red thread tied to it that turns white if a certain ritual proves effective. For 10 points each. Identify this term given to a creature driven out into the wilderness for Azazel in a ceremony described in Leviticus. Answer, please. Say it again. No, rebound.
Scapegoat.
Yes. Leviticus instructs the blood of the goat that is sacrificed instead of the scapegoat to be placed on the mercy seat in this specific location. The Ark of the Covenant and table of showbread were also in this location. Answer, please.
The tent.
Say it again.
The tent.
I'm going to prompt you.
Whose tent? That's like holy tent.
No, rebound.
Tabernacle
I'm going to prompt the answer tabernacle.
of the first temple.
No, that's not correct. It's the Holy of Holies of the Second Temple. Okay, so TJA, third part. Joseph B. Soloveitchik argued that the casting of lots symbolizes how only God knows to what extent a man was a free agent in making his decisions on this holiday. This Day of Atonement is one of the high holy days along with Rosh Hashanah. Good for 10. Toss up. 12. In an aria from this musical work, the soprano sings a high D6 shortly after a high B5 in the word dolcissime. A chorus in this musical work hails the loveliest and precious jewel of Venus Generosa in a section titled For Blanzifor and Helena. A solo tenor singing in falsetto sings about how once I dwelt in the lakes in this work's In Taberna section, which depicts a... Here.
Hermina Burana.
Yes, that's 20 points. Bonus Kincaid. In 1942, Bill Volz supervised a massacre at one of these institutions in Cedar Rapids to help the war effort. For 10 points each, identify these institutions, whose European keepers conducted mass euthanization campaigns in World War II. These institutions evolved from menageries.
Oh yeah. Zoo.
Yes. The zoo in this city heroically did not kill any of its animals during World War II. The Road of Life, this city's main supply route during the war, is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site.
St. Petersburg.
That's fine. Leningrad is the main answer. Nikolai Vavilov starved to death while preserving an important repository of these things during the siege of Leningrad. A Millennium repository of these things resides at Wakehurst Park in England. Answer, please.
Seed.
That's all 30.
Nice.
Toss up 13. Scott Alias has done work on skeletal remains of beetles to support the standstill hypothesis for this process. One framework for this process extrapolated from projectile points from a culture succeeded by the Folsom tradition in the Younger Dryas. Another framework for...
Sorry, did you say the description acceptable? I didn't hear it.
Okay.
Like Coming to America.
I'm going to prompt you.
Crossing the land bridge to come to North and South.
It's 20
America.
points.
Good job.
I think I missed that one, sorry. Bonus.
I was not 100% sure either.
I understand. Bonus, Kincaid. During the 19th century, middle-class American and English families typically put pianos in these rooms. Named these rooms. In the Victorian era, music that was published for amateurs to play in their homes was typically referred to as music to be played in these rooms.
Salon.
Rebound.
Parlor?
Yes. This 19th century American composer wrote popular parlor music pieces such as A Genie with the Light Brown Hair. He also composed Campdown Races.
Foster.
Yes. In Victorian England, working class audiences would flock to these places to listen to comic songs. These places often featured performances by lions comiques, which were comedians who parodied upper class aristocrats.
bar.
No, rebound. Say it again, please. No, it's a music hall. That's 10 for each team.
That's fine. Let's go.
Toss up 14. An epigraph from Through the Looking Glass opens a story by this author, whose protagonist methodically imagines a sun starting from his heart and working outward. In that story by this author, a wizard walks painlessly into a fire, realizing here. Yes, 20.
What is it?
Bonus TJA. A description's acceptable. This section takes the form of a lecture given by Professor Piagiotto at the University of Denay, Nunavut, for 10 points each. Name this section of a larger work that attempts to authenticate some cassette tapes found in Bangor, Maine. This section posits that an unnamed character could have been Frederick R. Waterford or B. Frederick Judd.
Like the epilogue of Handmaid's Tale.
That's fine, yes. This Canadian author wrote about Of Fred and the Commander in The Handmaid's Tale. Historical Notes takes place at the 12th Symposium on the Studies of This Country. This fictional republic is the setting of The Handmaid's Tale. That's all 30.
Yeah.
Toss up, 15. Fred Hoyle developed the rapidly decaying Planck particle in his final attempt to show that this value is infinite. Constraints on the density parameter made by the Planck and WMAP satellites have aided in the calculation of this value using the first Friedmann equation. That's here.
Hubble constant?
No. I'll continue. This value has been constrained by observations of globular clusters, which have forced the adoption of models with non-zero values for lambda. A belief that this value was infinite motivated Einstein to add the cosmological constant to his field equations. This value is coincidentally very similar to the reciprocal of the Hubble constant. For 10 points each, name this value, approximately 13.7 billion years, indicating the time since the Big Bang. Yeah.
The age of the universe.
That's 10. Bonus. This quantity remains equal when a solid object is uniformly extruded along an axis according to the stretch rule. For 10 points each, name this quantity with units mass times distance squared. It's the rotational analog of mass.
No, moment of inertia.
That's right. For any axis passing through the center, a solid uniform sphere has a moment of inertia equal to the mass times the square of the radius, all times this rational number.
1/2.
No, rebound.
2/5.
2/5 is correct. Due to symmetry, the sphere's 3 moments of inertia described by this name are all equal, and thus any axis through the center can be described by this adjective. Engineers sometimes use a type of component analysis named for this adjective.
Principle?
2010. Toss up 16. Sure.
Yeah. At the 3/4 mark, we have a score of 260 for Thomas Jefferson A, 300 for Kincaid.
That's what I.
Good. Just for the record, I don't give those unless they ask. Toss up 16. Nuns in this state's town of Clifton were accused of kidnapping Irish orphans who had just arrived from New York City. After being left for dead by Native Americans in this state, Larsina Pennington was able to crawl back 15 miles to safety. A gang known as the Cowboys perpetrated several massacres in this state's Skeleton Canyon. In 1881, that's here.
New Mexico?
That's not correct. I'll continue. In 1881, Tom and Frank Laurie were killed in a city in this state's Cochise County. This state, where the Yavapai Reservation is located, contains the western portion of the Gadsden Purchase. During an event in this state, the Clanton gang were ambushed by Doc Holliday and Wyatt Earp. For 10 points, name this state, whose town of Tombstone was the site of the OK Corral shootout. Here. 10. Bonus. A character in this author's Broadway smash Ponder Heart could sit and ponder all day about the Coca-Cola logo. For 10 points each, name this author, who wrote a story where the narrator complains about her sister Stella Rhonda, titled Why I Live at the P.O.
Welty.
That's her. Welty's Why I Live at the P.O. was included in a short story collection titled For a Curtain of This Color. In a story from the 4 Million by a different author, a piano salesman finds a starving shop girl behind a door of this color.
Green.
Welty's The Wide Net won a prize named for this author of The Green Door. This author's penchant for twist endings can be seen in The Gift of the Magi.
Oh, Henry.
All 30. Toss up. 17. A description's acceptable. One method for performing this task involves placing dough balls in front of a Jovo statue. During an instance of this action, a corpse's head tilted to the east, inspiring a visit to the village of Taxtir. This is the most important procedure that determines a turku. The use of the golden urn in Jokhang Temple was instituted to prevent corruption in this procedure. Senior members of the Gelug school visit a lake called Lamo Latso. That's here.
Picking a Dalai Lama.
Say it again.
Picking a Dalai Lama.
Yeah, that's fine. That's 10. Bonus. Although this book is held to have shaped American opinions about Japan, it sold just 28,000 copies between 1946 and 1971. For 10 points each, name this book produced for the Office of War Information. It examines the differences between guilt and shame cultures.
Chrysanthemum and the Sword.
Yes, more influential than Ruth Benedict's The Chrysanthemum and the Sword was this man's 1954 bestseller, Sayonara. This author of the family saga Hawaii won a Pulitzer for Tales of the South Pacific.
Michener.
Yes.
Good job.
The Chrysanthemum and the Sword went back on the bestseller list when it was translated by an anthropologist on this island named Huang Jiaoling. This island was long ruled by the Kuomintang party.
Taiwan.
Yes, that's all 30. Toss up 18. The slope of a titration's grand plot equals a ratio of activity coefficients times this quantity. It's not entropy, but a ligand with higher denticity causes this quantity to increase in the chelate effect. The derivative of the log of this quantity with respect to temperature equals the change in enthalpy over R times T squared. Multiplying this quantity by an integer power of RT converts it to a related quantity that's here.
So, like more, like number of particles?
No, I'll continue. Converts it to a related quantity calculated with partial pressures. This quantity is equal to 10 to the negative 14th for the autoionization of water. If there's a surplus of products, this quantity is less than capital Q, the reaction quotient. The law of mass action calculates, for 10 points, what constant that characterizes a reaction with equal forward and reverse rates. Here.
Equilibrium constant.
That's 10. Bonus. The front side bus connects the RAM to the L1 or L2 layers of this thing. Each. Identify these parts of a CPU where data can be accessed more quickly than in main memory. A misnamed for these entities can cause a program to stall considerably.
Cache.
Yes, these storage devices are accessed through the slower external bus. These devices contain a set of rotating platters capable of storing potentially terabytes of data and have been slowly phased out in favor of faster solid-state drives.
Hard drive. Yeah. Hard drive.
Right. These hardware devices have driven the replacement of the PCI bus with PCI Express. The parallel programming frameworks CUDA, OpenGL, and DirectX were designed to use these devices.
Graphics cards.
That's all 30.
Good.
Toss up 19. Proper name required. A painting of Daniel O'Connell on this fictional object was omitted from Louis Page Mercier's awful translation of the novel in which it appears. When this object is attacked, its owner is dubbed an archangel of hatred before he kneels here. That's not correct. I'll continue. Before he kneels in front of a photo of his family in his stateroom. This object was secretly built on a desert island prior to Farragut trying to destroy it on Abraham. Here.
Nautilus.
20. Bonus. A description is acceptable. The term Vahana denotes creatures who fill this role, such as the elephant Ayavata and the rat Mushika, for 10 points each. Identify this role, also occupied by Nandi, a white bull and companion of Shiva.
Mount.
Sure. The rat Mushika is the mount of this Hindu god, Shiva's elephant-headed son.
Ganesha.
Right. The goddess Lakshmi's mount is one of these creatures. Demeter turned Asclepius into one of these creatures for revealing that Persephone had eaten pomegranate seeds. Answer, please.
Bird.
I'm going to prompt you.
Swan.
No, rebound.
Owl.
Say it again.
Owl.
Owl's correct. 2010.
Can we have a score check, please?
Sure.
Yeah. So going into the last toss-up, I have a score of 470 for Kincaid and 270 for Thomas Jefferson.
Good. Okay. Hearing no issues, it's toss-up 20, the last of the game. While in San Francisco, this artist depicted plant hybridization pioneer Luther Burbank as a part human, part tree. A musical score appears above a self-portrait where this artist holds a pair of scissors. A painting here. Nice bus, 20. Bonus TJA. Frida Kahlo was the answer. A William Carlos Williams poem describes how the artist of this painting has chosen a winter-struck bush for his foreground to complete the picture. For 10 points each, name this painting by Pieter Bruegel the Elder, wherein 13 dogs join the three title figures as they return to a town full of people skating. Say it again, please. Yes, many late-period paintings by Bruegel depict this broad class of rural folk, including a dance and a simple wedding where the bride sits alone under a green textile. Yeah, finally. A man is biting into a pillar in the bottom left of this Bruegel painting, whose other scenes include a knight placing a bell on a cat, and a man falling from the ox onto the rear end of the ass. Say it again, please.
Netherlandish proverbs.
No, rebound. That's not what you said the first time.
Netherlandish proverbs.
It is Netherlandish proverbs. You said tails the
Sorry.
first time. Don't change your answer. So that's 20 and 10. And that's the end of the game.
All right, final score. We have 310 points for Thomas Jefferson A, 480 points for Kincaid.
Good game, guys.
Good game, both teams.
Well, you just said you were doing it, so they can't be discrete messages anymore. You yourself have prevented you from doing that.
And now the audio is streaming to the world. and
No
they-
man has blinded you.
But now that you know, that's double surprise.
Oh,
Oh, I see what you're
yeah.
doing.
I can never be executed because that would be no day would it be
All right,
surprising.
Hunter, are we okay to start recording?
And then you were immediately
Jesuit, are we
executed.
okay to start recording?
Yes.
Okay.
Testing, testing.
The job was done.
There's also a physical gain button, or switch on this, or dial rather.
Okay.
Yep.
1 second. And continues to just go like buzz and say your name.
Matthew.
Andrew.
Jacob.
Dylan.
Alex.
Kyle.
And before I forget, it might be important, Hunter, could you please move your team's microphone closer to the center of the table? A little bit closer to the center would be awesome. Perfect. You may adjust the microphone while you're communicating on bonuses or for tosses or things like that if you wish.
Okay, we're fine.
Okay.
Are we good? Good to go?
Yep.
Sounds great. I leave a few seconds of pause so you can start the recording properly.
Okay. Toss up 1. This book originally included a section opening in the pale glimmer and had a working title of either Limbo or The Lesbians. The collection Scraps contained 6 sections removed from this book, like Lethe, which its author termed Condemned. This book...
Like Les Fleurs du Mal.
Power. Bonus. The surprising number of medieval court cases related to this practice was due to an 8th century Catholic ruling that prosecuted it to the 7th degree of separation. For 10 points each, identify this crime, dispensations for which became profit centers for medieval popes. Louis VII of France annulled his marriage to Eleanor of Aquitaine for this reason.
Incest. Incest.
Yes. The church's rules on incest were relaxed at a 1215 council, the fourth such council held in and named for this palace.
Lateran. Lateran.
Yes. Catholics also had to get a dispensation to marry people who had not undergone this rite. The Amish are a denomination that mandates this sacrament of immersion take place among adults.
Baptism. Baptism.
30 points. Toss up 2. Giovanni Artusi's treatise about the imperfections of modern music lambasted this composer for violating traditional rules. This composer's innovations include rapid repetitions of a single chord, or stile concitato, which he first used in a piece depicting the combat between Tancred and Clorinda. One of this composer's characters sings the aria Possente Spirito before lulling Charon to sleep. He composed 9 books of madrigals. Monteverdi's correct for 10. Bonus. Men in the Sun is a novel about an author of this ethnicity who also called its literary output resistance literature. For 10 points each, name this ethnicity of a poet who wrote the prose poem Memory for Forgetfulness. That poet of this ethnicity ended another poem with the lines, "If I get hungry, I eat the flesh of my usurper. Beware, beware of my hunger and my anger."
He's like Persian, I think. Like
Answer?
Persian.
Over here.
Kenyan maybe? Sure. Kenyan?
What?
Kenyan?
Palestinian. Memory for Forgetfulness is by this Palestinian poet who repeated right down in his poem Identity Card.
I think it's Darwish.
Though he writes in Arabic, Darwish has claimed this language is a language of love. Amos Oz is one of many Israeli authors who write in this original language of the Psalms.
Hebrew.
20 points. Toss up 3. A man most famous for his actions during one of these events was inspired by Nord Davis Jr. to bomb an Alabama abortion clinic in 1998. Lord Killinan negotiated with presidential envoy Lloyd Cutler in order to save one of these events. Peter Uberoth was named Time Man of the Year for successfully getting corporate sponsorship for one of these events. Security guard Richard Jewell was falsely...
Olympics
is right for 10. Bonus. This scientist names a type of visual acuity concerning the ability to see whether 2 line segments are misaligned. For 10 points each, a scale named for what French scientist is used to improve the accuracy of his namesake calipers.
Lavoisier.
Over here. This is Varnier. To avoid 0 errors when using Varnier calipers, this process must be performed in which a measuring instrument is checked against an instrument or standard of known accuracy.
Like
calibration, right? Calibration.
Yes, Vernier calipers can be used to give precise readings in these units equal to a millionth of a meter. They share their name, though not their pronunciation, with a common measuring device based on a screw gauge.
Yeah, sure.
Micron?
Yes, that's fine. So 20 points. Toss up 4. A cowboy in this novel relates a story of how the woman he was escorting from Austria had the misfortune to give birth to triplets. This novel opens with the orphaned narrator reading the life of Jesse James while on a long train ride from Virginia. This novel's narrator kills a giant rattlesnake while investigating a prairie dog town with a character who goes...
My Antonia?
Yes, that's power. Bonus. The name for these artworks derives from a finance minister for Louis XV, whose penny-pinching policies led his name to becoming a synonym for anything cheap. For 10 points each, name these artworks used by Kara Walker to depict life on slave plantations. These artworks are often made with the aid of a device called a physiognotrace.
Quilt? I think it's silhouettes.
Okay, sure.
Silhouettes?
That's right. The market for silhouettes dried up after the invention of this technology, pioneered by Louis Daguerre, namesake of the daguerreotype.
Photography?
Yes, silhouette artist Auguste Edouard captured the likeness of this future U.S. president. This president dismissed the cabinet of his predecessor after taking office in July 1850.
So, like, Fulmar, right? Sure. Fulmar?
Yes, that's right for 30. Toss up 5. A valley name for these things on the Kamchatka... Power.
Nice.
Bonus. 2 sons of this man fled their birth city on a black horse and a white horse and went on to found another city. For 10 points each, identify this father of Asius and Senius, who was killed during an argument with his brother Romulus. Romulus and Remus came from this Italian city, which was itself founded by Aeneas' son Ascanius.
It's not Rome. Syracuse. I don't think
Answer?
Syracuse.
Over here.
Lavinia?
What?
Avalonga?
Yes. The settlement of Palantium was founded by this Greek king from Arcadia, whose son Pallas fights alongside the Trojans in the Aeneid. Answer?
Nestor.
Over here.
Mentor.
This is Evander, 10 and 10. Toss up 6. A benchmark named Benchy is a common means of troubleshooting these devices. STL files with flipped normals often cause problems for these devices. A RAF can be specified to improve adhesion to the base of these devices. Running these devices too hot and too fast can cause stringing. Acetone vapor can smooth the output of these devices when using ABS, which is a common choice of thermoplastic filament.
3D printers.
3D printer is correct for 10. Bonus. An IIT campus in the state was founded as part of a 6-year-long movement where students agitated for restrictions on Baharagota, or outsiders. For 10 points each, name is Indian state. In the early 19th century, Robert Bruce started this state's tea growing industry.
Tamil Nadu. No, I have no idea.
Answer.
Tamil Nadu.
Over here.
Maharashtra?
It's Assam. IIT Guwahati was established by a prime minister from this family. India was led during a repressive period known as the Emergency by another prime minister of this family.
Gandhi.
IIT Kanpur's computer science department was kickstarted by an economist from this country. An agronomist from this country developed fungus-resistant wheat that was used to start the Green Revolution in India.
Maybe the UK. Anybody have any idea?
That makes sense.
UK.
Over here.
United States.
That's right. 10 and 10 on the bonus. Toss up 7. The dwarf Abe Kusich witnesses Juju take part in one of these events in Homer Simpson's driveway in a scene from The Day of the Locust. An enslaved man named George dominates these events in Caswell County and Alex Haley's Roots. When these events take place between near status equals, they attract more bets and more identification with the participants, according to an anthropologist who recounted a police raid breaking up one in a text written using thick description. Notes on these events are presented in a text on Deep Play by anthropologist Clifford.
Like cockfights?
Cockfights read for 10. Bonus. One player of this instrument joined his parents in a vaudeville act under the name Baby Traps. For 10 points each, name this instrument whose world's greatest player, Buddy Rich, had a hit with the Hawaiian war chant. Art Blakely played this instrument with the Jazz Messengers.
Saxophone?
Over here.
Drums.
Drums, right. 6 minutes of back and forth drum solos feature on a 1955 album titled For Buddy Rich and this other drummer who helped make drum solos cool with his solo on Benny Goodman's Sing, Sing, Sing in 1937. Answer?
BC.
Over here.
Roach.
Gene Krupa. Ron Wilson recorded a sped-up marching band part for his drum solo on Wipeout, a song in a rock genre named for this activity. A Beach Boys song describes doing this activity around the USA.
Surfing?
Yeah, 10 and 10. Toss up 8. Supala and Newport found that hold manners could distinguish similar noun-verb pairs in this language. The term cheereem was coined while William Stocco was studying this language. 2 pluses represent repetition and glosses in this language, in which comparisons are made using contrastive structure. The black variant of this language often uses a lower space for adverbs. The spread of this language contributed to the decline of a similar language in Chilmark, a town on Martha's Vineyard. It's not...
Sign language?
Prompt.
Like American Sign Language?
That's right, for 10 points. Bonus, a 1928 editorial in the Sunday Express declared, "I would rather give a healthy boy or a healthy girl a foul of prussic acid than a book by this author." For 10 points each, name this author who wrote about the upper-class Stephen Gordon in her pioneering lesbian novel, The Well of Loneliness.
Oh, wait, maybe like... Anita Desai?
Over here.
Kincaid.
This is Radcliffe Hall. This woman was prepared to give some testimony defending the artistic merit of The Well of Loneliness, despite privately describing the book as dull. She wrote to the Lighthouse.
Wolf.
This Wolf novel's use of fantasy largely helped it escape censorship despite the homosexual themes within it. This novel's title character falls for Sasha during the Great Frost of 1608. Orlando's right for 20. Toss up 9. Outputs from this technique are used to find the isobestic point. Double beam instruments for this technique improve results by simultaneously measuring a blank. A diffraction grating serves as a monochromator in a Bosch and Lohm device for this technique called the Spec 20. This technique measures transitions between electronic energy levels. The negative base 10 logarithm of the transmittance is converted to the absorbance in this technique, which equals the product of concentration, path length.
Spectral photometry?
Say that again?
Spectral photometry?
That's right for 10 points. Bonus. This element is used to produce windows for X-rays due to being relatively transparent towards X-rays. For 10 points each, name this element, the heavier of two elements which fuse to form the Hoyle state.
Carbon, because it's like helium carbon?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I don't know. Carbon.
Over here.
Fluorine.
It's beryllium. Enrico Fermi used a bulb filled with beryllium and radon as a source for these particles, which, like X-rays, can be used for diffraction experiments. Unlike X-rays, these particles do not interact with electron clouds and instead interact with atomic nuclei.
He said alpha particles. What do you think? Alpha particles.
Over here.
Sure. Gamma rays.
These are neutrons. Beryllium is found in this gemstone, a variety of beryl, whose chromium impurities make it greener than aquamarine.
Like sapphire. Or I don't know.
Answer?
Sapphire.
Over here.
Opal, peridot.
It's emerald, no points on that bonus. Toss up 10. During this event, 35 Flemish people were dragged from the Church of St. Martin Vintry and executed. Thomas Walsingham related how a valuable Jackie was placed on a lance and shot with arrows during an attack on Savoy Palace during this event. Yes, that is correct for power. And bonus. Answer the following about philosophical responses to the difficulty of getting out of bed for 10 points each. This Stoic Roman emperor advised forcing yourself out of bed by saying, I have to go to work as a human being in his book of Meditations.
Yeah. Marcus Aurelius.
Yes, Eric Wiener's pop philosophy book, The Socrates Express, introduced the great bed question with this essay by Albert Camus, which concludes that we must imagine its title man happy.
Myth of Sisyphus.
Yes, you won't need to get out of bed if the sun doesn't rise tomorrow, a possibility that is the subject of this thinker's sunrise problem. This 18th century thinker wrote of a demon that knows the location of every particle in the universe.
Okay. Yeah. Laplace.
That's correct for 30 points, and that is the half.
It's straight jacket 200, Hunter A 150.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. For the normally it said green here, so.
All right, are players ready for the second half?
Yep. Yes.
All right, toss 11. Lena Bo Bardi carved out a shallow pool from one of these buildings to create her celebrated Sesc Pompeia Center in Sao Paulo. One of these buildings in the Mobit district of Berlin that used very large girder frames to simplify the building's interior was planned by graphic designer Peter Behrens and stretched 122 meters long. One of these buildings in Stalingrad was designed by Albert Kahn. A study on light intensity at one of these buildings gave rise to the Hawthorne effect. A 1936 film that opens in one of these buildings has the little tramp pulled through giant rotating devices.
Yeah. Factory.
Factory is correct for 10. Bonus. During this American city's open era, Sam Mascio set up a lucrative illegal gambling enterprise. For 10 points each, name the city, which was sometimes called a free state in the early 1900s. The plethora of army tents due to a disaster in the city led observers to call it the White City on the Beach.
Danzig, free state?
Okay. I'll go with it. Danzig.
Over here. This is
Sao Paulo.
Galveston. The deadliest natural disaster in American history occurred when one of these events struck Galveston. Puerto Rico was devastated by one of these natural disasters named Maria in 2017.
Hurricane. Right. Yeah. Hurricane.
Yes, one of this woman's last jobs as president of the American Red Cross was leading relief efforts following the hurricane. She had earlier established the Office of Missing Soldiers.
I don't think it's her.
Answer?
Barton.
That's right, 20 points. Toss up 12. During a 1960s conflict, the leader of this country denied U.S. assistance by saying, to hell with your aid. Political scientist Benedict Anderson was barred from being able...
Indonesia.
Indonesia's right for power. Bonus. This author wrote The Town is Taken by Its Rats in his poem about the New York draft riots titled The Housetop. For 10 points each, identify this poet whose other Civil War poems included one titled Donaldson. His later epic poem, Chlorel, was written following the death of numerous family members.
Whittier.
Over here.
I was gonna say Whittier. Benet.
This is Herman Melville. Melville's poem The Portent describes how this man's body was hanging from the beam, slowly swaying. A marching song titled For This Man got new lyrics written by Julia Ward Howe.
John Brown.
Yes. Melville paid to publish his own poetry collection titled For John Marr and Other People with This Job. Ishmael signs up for this type of job at the beginning of Moby Dick.
Taylor.
It's right for 20 points. Toss of 13. The presence of an inducible form of this property results in a positive D-zone test. The ERM-A gene contributes to a form of this property by demethylating 23S RNA. This property leads to a no zone of inhibition in the Kirby-Bauer disk diffusion test. Mechanisms granting this property include efflux pumps and altered PBPs. Opportunistic organisms with a form of this property called MDR may cause superinfections after initial treatment.
Drug resistant.
That's right for 10. Bonus. Philip Guston took up painting after seeing this artist, the Soothsayer's Recompense. For 10 points each, name is co-founder of Metaphysical Painting, who painted Mystery and Melancholy of a Street. One of these drawings appears in the center of De Chirico's Double Dream of Spring. This term technically refers to reproductions of architectural or engineering drawings, but is colloquially used for any type of plan.
Blueprint. Oh yeah. Blueprint.
This classical sculpture appears in at least 5 of De Chirico's paintings, including next to a gigantic glove in the Song of Love. Giovanni Angelo Monterosoli restored the right arm of this paradigmatic example of contrapposto sculpture.
Winged Victory.
Over here.
Venus of Milo.
This is Apollo Belvedere. 20 points. Toss up 14. In this poem, 9 witches are rendered powerless to kill their intended target when, after the witches rob a vegetable garden, the target only responds with kindness. Another character in this poem reveals his Tana to his wife, the protagonist's half-sister Nana, who then escapes with a court musician. At the beginning of this poem, a king heeds a prophecy by marrying a hunchback buffalo woman found by his hunters. The protagonist of this epic is unable to walk until the age 7, when he lifts himself up on an iron rod. Using an arrow tipped with a rooster's claw.
The Epic of Sundiata.
That's right for 10. Bonus. Breaking an object in two was a common way to keep track of legal obligations in the pre-modern world. For 10 points each, the Greeks kept track of contracts called symbolons made from these objects. Broken examples of these objects, known as ostraka, were used in ostracism votes.
Okay.
Vases.
No, it's like some sort of pottery. Like a vase.
Okay.
Answer.
Pottery.
What?
Pottery.
Yeah, that's fine. The broken objects were known as fu in this modern-day country. Other important archaeological objects from this country include oracle bones, which date from its Shang era.
China.
In England, old tally sticks were regularly destroyed by the holder of this office. The holder of this office traditionally brings a red dispatch box to Parliament to read a speech on a Wednesday in March. Answer?
Queen.
Over here.
King of Arms.
What?
King of Arms.
This is the Chancellor of the Exchequer, 20 points. Toss-up 15, description acceptable. A database maintained by University College London shows how one of these laws greatly helped Sir John Gladstone, father of Prime Minister William. A society of friends advocating for these laws was founded by Jacques-Pierre Brousseau and faced a setback under Napoleon in 1802. The inventor of Jasperware, Josiah Wedgwood, promoted a...
Copyright?
No. Promoted a design of a pleading man advocating for these laws. Director Ava DuVernay explored the carve-out for criminals, and a law of this type passed in the United States through a constitutional amendment. An executive order of this type is celebrated on Juneteenth. For 10 points, same as legislation achieved via the 13th Amendment, ending a system widely used on southern plantations.
Like laws that abolish slavery.
Yes, 10 points. Bonus. An author whose time in this profession inspired his story Peasants claimed that this profession was his lawful wife, while literature was his mistress. For 10 points each, name his non-literary profession of an author who included a member of this profession called Astrov in the play Uncle Vanya.
Okay. Lawyer.
Over here?
Doctor.
That's right. This medically trained Russian author of Uncle Vanya included the physician Yevgeny Dorn in his play The Seagull.
Chekhov.
Chekhov also mined his medical experience for this story, in which conversations with Ivan Gromov eventually lead the Dr. Andrei Rugin into a downward mental spiral. Lenin claimed that reading this story made him a revolutionary. Answer?
3 questions.
Over here.
The bet.
This is board number 6, 10 and 10 on the bonus. Toss up 16. Two authors from this country collaborated on a novel about a murdered American tourist called Rosanna, which opens their 10-novel series, The Story of a Crime. The character in a series from this country sometimes dates Mimi Wu and uses the pseudonym Wasp. The fictional detective Martin Beck is from this country. In a series of noir novels from this country, an investigative journalist for a monthly magazine repeatedly encounters an asocial computer hacker who, according to one novel's title, kicked the hornet's nest.
Sweden?
Sweden's right for 10. Bonus. Giuseppe Verdi composed one of these pieces to honor the recently deceased Alessandro Manzoni. For 10 points each, name these choral pieces that set parts of the traditional Catholic liturgy, such as the Kyrie eleison. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart died before he could finish his D minor piece in this genre. This late Romantic French composer ended his requiem with a setting of In Paradisum. He also composed a Pavane in F sharp minor. Over here.
Ravel.
That's Fare. The sixth section of Verdi's Requiem sets this Latin text to 3 flutes. Jorge Ligeti's setting of this text was used as the monolith theme in 2001: A Space Odyssey, and a Clint Mansell piece named for it was featured in the score for Requiem for a Dream.
Could be it.
Answer?
Cantus Firmus.
Over here.
Psalms.
This is Lux Aeterna. 10 and 10. Toss up 17. An organist dressed in a contemporary black and gold outfit turns his head to stare at this figure in an allegorical painting in the Prado. A painting of this figure that Mark Twain called filthy likely includes the coat of arms of the Colonna family. The pose of the curling left hand of the sleeping Dresden version of this figure is...
Venus.
That's power.
Nice.
Bonus. Examples of these shapes named for Girano and Booth are described by Quatrix for 10 Cortex for 10 points each. Name these shapes which resemble a 2-petal rose curve. Bernoulli names an example of these shapes, which is the limiting case of the Cassini oval.
Just a lemniscate? 2-petal rose? Like lemniscate?
Say it again?
Lemniscate?
Yeah. Camille Christophe Girano co-founded a math journal with Ulri Turquium, who provided the name and modern definition of this shape. The circumcircle of a particular polygon has twice the radius of this shape, which intersects each side up to twice.
This is a cardioid or something? Maybe.
Answer?
Cardioid?
Over here.
In circle.
Say it again?
In circle.
No, there's a 9-point circle. The 9-point circle is defined relative to the sides, altitudes, and orthocenter of one of these shapes. Centers that can be defined for these shapes include the centroid and the circumcenter.
Just triangles or is it triangle? Okay, triangle.
20 points. Toss of 18. This author describes how Camara Lay changed their worldview in a work that relates how, as a 7-year-old, they illustrated tales with characters who played in the snow and who were all white and blue-eyed. A speech by this author... No. A speech by this author, which defines the title type of person as someone who says, yes, there's a problem with gender and we must fix it, was sampled in Beyonce's song Flawless. This author of The Danger of a Single Story wrote...
Adichie.
That's right for 10. Bonus. Don Yong, who sold himself into servitude to pay for a funeral, is one of 24 exemplars of this quality praised in the Yuan Dynasty book. For 10 points each, name this virtue of respectful treatment of one's parents and ancestors.
Filial piety.
Filial piety.
Filial piety was advocated as an aspect of li, or proper conduct, by this ancient sage, whose teachings form a popular philosophical and religious tradition in China.
Confucius.
Yep.
Confucius.
Ancestors can be venerated by burning of these objects, which often take the form of currency bearing the image of the Jade Emperor.
Hell money, right?
Yeah.
Hell money.
30 points. Toss of 19. Bailey's 1977 experiment in a CERN storage ring confirmed that this phenomenon is unaffected by acceleration. In one experiment, this phenomenon led to a transverse form of another effect being observed for canal rays. 2 types of this phenomenon affected the apparatus in the Hafele...
Like gravitational lensing.
No. In the Hafele-Keating experiment. This phenomenon...
Time dilation?
That's right for 20. Bonus. As of 2019, there were over 4,000 offshore examples of these things in operation in Europe, but just 5 in the US. For 10 points each, identify these power generation devices that commonly have 3 blades.
Like wind turbines? Yeah. Wind turbine?
The first offshore wind turbines in the US were built off the coast of this state. A 2020 referendum dropped plantations from the official name of this East Coast state, once governed by Gina Raimondo.
East Coast.
Rhode Island. Rhode Island Providence Plantation.
Okay, Rhode Island.
Answer? Yes. One reason the U.S. has so few offshore wind turbines is that ships constructing them must comply with this 1920 law. This protectionist law is sometimes waived following national disasters and is a major reason that Vancouver is a cruise shipping hub.
Maritime trade.
Over here?
Jones Act.
That's right. 20 and 10. And toss up 20. A phrase about these objects is often used to translate the principle of kisos, which can be substituted for dia. Nazar charms resemble these objects, which also appear on the hand of Fatima amulets, popular in North Africa. Since Muhammad used an antimony-based substance called ithmid for the health of this body part, it is considered sunnah for men to wear surma or kohl on this body part. The basmala can be recited to ward off a phenomenon named for this body part, in which eyes is right for 10, and your bonus. This tissue is now understood to serve as an endocrine organ that releases namesake cytokines. For 10 points each, name this tissue. When hypertrophic, encourages release of inflammatory cytokines like TNF-alpha and resistin. A form of this tissue contains UCP, which dissipates the mitochondrial proton gradient.
Try brown fat. Brown fat?
What?
Brown adipose.
Over here?
Just adipose.
Yeah. Or sorry, you said brown adipose is.
Yeah.
Sorry, I should have accepted that. My bad.
Yeah.
Cool. So that was correct on the first part. What did you say?
That's also fine.
Yep. This hormone is almost exclusively expressed in adipose tissue. It opposes ghrelin and inhibits hunger.
Ghrelin. What opposes ghrelin?
Answer?
No.
Last time over here.
Leptin.
That's right. Excessive fat intake can cause this organ to accumulate fat. Alcoholics often develop cirrhosis of this organ.
Yeah. Liver.
That's right. So that is 10 and 10, or no, sorry, 20 and 10 on the final bonus, and that is the end of the game.
Final score, Straight Jesuit 420, Hunter A 200.